Good evening. I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Lakewood City Council, Lakewood, Colorado, on December 9th, 2019, 7 p.m. in council chambers. The clerk, please call the roll.
Paul?
Here.
Springsteen? Here. Gutwein? Here. Skilling? LeBure?
Here.
Abel?
Here.
Vincent? Here. Vita? Here. Johnson?
Here.
Franks? Here. Harrison?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Great. Thank you. I'd like to welcome everybody and thank you for taking the time to come out and join us. If you do have a cell phone, I'd ask that you please silent it. And we have some special guests who are going to help us with the Pledge of Allegiance. So if they'd like to come down, we'll rise for the pledge and stay standing for a moment of silent prayer. And these young men will introduce themselves after. No, I like it. Take command.
Yeah, take charge.
Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Put your hand over your heart. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'm Evan Ernst. I live in Lakewood. I go to Devlin High School, and I'm just here to work on merit badges for Boy Scouts, Troop 537, and this is Ethan.
I am also from Troop 537, and I go to Bear Creek High School, and I'm also working on merit badges.
Awesome. Thank you both very much. Will the clerk please read item 4?
Item 4, presentation, storm readiness recognition from the National Weather Service.
All right, I'm going to invite Mr. Hanson down. I'll join you.
Hello, I'm Greg Hansen with the National Weather Service office out of Boulder. Go ahead and get started. Okay. Yeah, so we're here today to recognize the city of Lakewood with their storm ready recognition. This is a program within the National Weather Service that recognizes good emergency management practices with relation to weather. So things like, do you have a plan? Do you have a way to receive weather information and weather warnings? A way to disseminate that information? Do you have an emergency operations center? Do you have a warning point that collects those warnings? And so a lot of check boxes in that, as far as what we're looking for to check things off. We've come out and done spotter talks and things like that in the area. So those are all nice, but the thing I really like about the program is the way it establishes a relationship between the National Weather Service and the city. So Jesse knows who to call, when you are looking at a snowstorm that might shut the city down. We've already know how to talk to each other. He knows what, he's been to our office, I've been to his shop. So the establishment of that relationship and getting us knowing each other before disaster happens is really the way to go. We don't want to be meeting each other for the first time during a disaster. So Jesse's done great work getting this thing set up, and so we've got a little certificate and a sign to set up. So the National Weather Service and the North Central Colorado Storm Ready Advisory Board, which is Colorado Emergency Management, recognize Lakewood, Colorado as a storm ready community for enhancing public safety by promoting the principles and values of the Storm Ready program and demonstrating your readiness and ability to respond to weather hazards. And we dated this September 25th, which was when we actually signed off on everything. So we've got a plaque, and then we've got one sign for you. So Storm Ready, so you can hang this wherever you like, and congratulations.
We'll grab a picture of this.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Well,
Thanks. All right. Congratulations. Thanks, Jesse.
We keep all that?
Yeah, I can give this to Jesse.
Okay.
All right.
We could put that sign right over on my script.
Well, and looks like Greg left, but just to say, he is the warning coordination meteorologist with the National Weather Service in Boulder. So we're glad that he could come out, and this is a great honor, and also has implications on our flood management program as well. So it helps us with points for our flood management program, which we know if you're in a floodplain or near one, that can be quite a problem. So very cool. The clerk, please read item 5.
Item 5, presentation, citizen commendations.
All right, Chief McCaskey.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. We've got a couple citizen commendations tonight that these are always an honor to do. So the first one I'd like to call Lisa Hernandez and Julie Fleetwood up to the podium, and also if Judy Scully would join us as well.
And for our folks, if you have family or friends that want to take some pictures, please feel free to come up here. You can come behind us or jump in front, whatever you'd like. Good evening.
So I'd like to read this for everybody.
Here, we're going to just come over this way.
Come on over this way.
Yeah. Get you out in front of those monitors by the chief on this side. There we go.
here.
We'll do some directing.
On May 26 of 2019, Lisa Hernandez and Julie Fleetwood were enjoying a barbecue at their home when suddenly one of their guests collapsed and fell unconscious. And we have Judy here with us, and Judy was that guest. Julie Fleetwood saw her friend fall and quickly called 911 while alerting Miss Hernandez and Marin Schmidt of this emergency. Mrs. Schmidt is not here tonight. She's on a plane, so she couldn't be here. Ms. Fleetwood remained on the line relaying vital information throughout this incident. Ms. Hernandez immediately checked her guest's vital signs and found no pulse. She and Ms. Schmidt immediately started chest compressions. The two worked together to perform life-saving measures until paramedics arrived and quickly transported the woman to a nearby hospital. Lisa and Julie and Marin, thanks to your quick response to resuscitate your guest, she is still alive today because of your efforts. She spent 2 days in the intensive care at St. Anthony's and 5 days on the cardiac floor. And the doctors there confirmed that without the immediate chest compressions and quick transportation to the hospital, that she would not have survived. So your efforts are commendable and resulted in a life-saving. So it's my honor to present you with a Lakewood Police Department Citizen Commendation. So thank you very much for saving a life. Congratulations. The next award, Mayor and Council, is actually going to be a citizen citation for distinguished service. So if I could have Michael Gonzalez come to the podium. And Michael's here with his kids. They don't want to join us up here. On August 10th, 2019, dispatchers received multiple calls about a distraught adult male who had straddled the railing of the Highway 285 bridge over South Kipling Parkway. Mr. Gonzalez perceived the immediate danger and stopped his car and approached the man on the ledge. Mr. Gonzalez established a rapport by expressing genuine concern towards this man who was contemplating the end of his life. Without hesitation, you placed your own life in significant danger by reaching out to the man, hugging him, and encouraging him to solid ground. At any time, this man could have jumped, taking you with him, but that did not deter you. As you led him away from the barrier, you walked with a Lakewood agent who had just arrived on scene. So, Mr. Gonzalez, because of your incredible compassion towards a stranger in the throes of mental and physical pain, a man was able to get the help he needed and move forward with his life. The Citizen Citation for Distinguished Service is awarded to a private citizen for assistance rendered to the police, which involves significant risk of life. So, Mr. Gonzalez, your actions that day helped save the life of a total stranger, as well as the lives of others who might have been impacted or injured had he jumped from that bridge. The heroism you displayed that day is unquestionable. You showed a high level of courage while selflessly facing significant risk to your own life. So it is my honor to present you with the Lakewood Police Department Citizens Citation for Distinguished Service. So thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. It's always a pleasure to recognize our heroic citizens, so thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And on behalf of the city, I'd like to thank both of you as well. And it's amazing the everyday heroes that do heroic things, and so it's always nice to be able to honor you and thank you for giving back and just doing what you felt was right, and probably didn't even want to be honored tonight, but we want to really make sure that we can honor you and give you the thanks that you deserve. So thank you. Yep. All right, next up is public comment. This is the point in the meeting where the public is invited to address the city council on items that did not appear on the agenda. All comments should be directed to the city council. I ask that all in attendance observe the decorum of the city council chambers and refrain from applause or audible support or discord with the speaker. You have 3 minutes. This little box here actually has a countdown timer, and at 30 seconds it will go yellow and then red when your time is up, and I'll ask you to politely ask you to wrap it up. So first up on non-agenda, Mr. Schroyer, come on down. Good evening.
I wanted to ask, I didn't know where to sign up exactly. I know you have an agenda item later on the licensed information. Shall I wait until then?
No.
I wanted to be sure and
Sure.
and at least sign up at this slot, but I wanted to ask before
You are absolutely in the right place. This will be having a conversation about council request items under general business, and we tend, so folks don't have to wait all night to speak under general business, we allow you to speak now. So thank you.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
And also congratulations to you and the others that won in the recent election. And again, as I promised during the 2F campaign, I stand ready to work with the council and staff on moving forward. I support the licensed trash hauler information request. That's very good. I have some other suggestions that can enhance that. They're the type of things that can be done within city operations, no vote, no big money or anything. One of the things we learned from the campaign is the initial focus on composting. That is by far the most valuable recycling option. And then real quickly, the 4 suggestions, encourage more neighborhoods to do more of those great leaf drop things you have going on in the sustainable neighborhoods. Also, maybe have an on-site, in-place site where people can learn how to compost at home. That's the kind of immediate solution. I also suggest, let's have some low-cost composting summits. Let's pull the community together. Maybe make that as part of the Earth Day celebrations. And then the 4th is, what's the city doing now with composting? Can citizens somehow piggyback on that? So those are the first 4. Those are they can enhance the initial request or the licensed trash hauler information request. But another really big opportunity is just down the horizon, the Front Range Waste Diversion Grant Program. The city may want to pursue that in a public and or private way to establish composting drop-off and conversion sites. Let's get some state money to build up our infrastructure free. And then finally, waste reduction in the business community, this isn't something, this business community needs to take initial responsibility to do these things. One is voluntary plastics reduction, and also we can do a lot more in glass recycling. But I'll report back to you on that, because there may be some ways that there's a connection to your sustainability division and economic development. But otherwise, appreciate the time, Mayor. I stand ready to help. I mean, there's a lot we can do that's not going to cost us. That 2F decision is, that was one decision. We can continue to move forward and do a lot of really good things. I just really urge you to look at the composting. 78% of municipal solid waste relates to composting, and you can even add the paper. Otherwise, thank you for the time. And congratulations again.
Thank you, sir. Ms. McGee? Good evening.
Good evening. I am here to speak tonight on I want to provide some clarification to some of Mr. Parker's responses to Councilor Springsteen last week, specific to the topic of the definition of a student living unit related to the last week's study session. But I would like to take a minute to commend the city manager, Ms. Hodgson, for reaching out to me today and spending 30 to 40 minutes speaking with me by phone on the incidents related to the December 4th Board of Adjustment hearing of an appeal. So I appreciated that very much. Councilor Springsteen asked, when was the definition of the student living unit taken out? Mr. Parker's response was, which we had corrected later that evening, that the City Council wrote a new code and that the City Council wrote new definitions based on the terms in the new code. As of June 30th, 2011, the definition of a student living unit remained in the draft codes known as the 2012 rewrite. That process, began in 2009. So June 2011, that definition was still in the city code, the draft city code. Ms. Springsteen asked, who made that decision to remove the definition? Planner Holly Beam was assigned, along with 3 other planners were assigned to write the articles in the new rewrite. Ms. Beam was responsible for the article on definitions. I understand she recently retired. I don't know where her records are related to that article that she was responsible for. We do know that an early draft in 2012, which was the beginning of the finalizations of the draft for the 2012 rewrite, dropped the definition of a student living unit. But we do know that that terminology was still retained in the city code, as you know, under college and university definitions. Ms. Springsteen also asked about redlining. The June 30th, 2011 draft concept code included, for the article of definitions, many strikeouts and many documented portions of changes to definitions, some still under pending consideration. We also know that Mr. Parker testified at a public hearing that the very first step in the 2009 beginning process was to review the definitions and remove those that were obsolete. That was in the very beginning of the process. So I would counter that that definition was not considered obsolete as of June 2011. Thank you.
Thank you. Joan Poston, and that is the last one to sign up on general public comment. So if you wish to speak, please come and see our city clerk and sign up. Good evening, welcome.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Joan Poston, and I live in unincorporated Jefferson County. And I'm here with no real dog in the hunt, but I wanted to tell you about something I saw on Facebook this past week. So I'm going to give you an excerpt. As many of you know, the city has approved plans to build a four-story building housing 234 apartment units on the 6-acre White Fence Farm restaurant site. This plan violates the city's own ODP for the site in both height and density. The neighborhood has hired an attorney, and we have filed a formal request with the Planning Commission to reject this plan and uphold the ODP. The Planning Commission denied our request, and we then applied to the Board of Adjustments. Get this, the Board of Adjustment consists of the exact same people as the Planning Commission. So they heard our own appeal. How is this even a thing? Last week, a neighbor was researching an unrelated matter at the city and discovered documents damaging to the city's case that should have been handed over to our attorney in our open records request. They were not. Our attorney never received them. If they hadn't found them, we would never have known that they existed or that they were excluded from our open records request. The house was packed, standing room only. When the meeting was supposed to start at 7 o'clock, the board meetings were huddled in a private meeting in the back room, and the attorneys were huddled in the hall. Around 7:30, they finally came out and began a hearing, took roll, announced that they would be allowing no public comment, and immediately announced that they were going to back into an executive session in the back room. Then they said they couldn't have the hearing because they were required to announce the hearing 15 days earlier, but didn't. I believe the quote was, "It wasn't done. I don't know who was supposed to do it. It doesn't matter. It wasn't done." So they turned away a packed house and informed the hearing would resume on January 15th. The city planner approached us, and afterwards they said, "You have to come back on the 15th." And they didn't know who had not done this. However, they said they didn't know they were supposed to do this, and it seems that incompetence was their primary defense. I have been watching the city council for some time, and I have seen the derailment of the Rocket Club by staff. I have watched a tabling of a resolution for the federal land to be done and a study session, and I don't know when in God's name that will happen. I have watched zoning put into 11 o'clock time slots. An IG report came out today with 17 of these little slip-ups. I'm just letting you know what this is like and how it appears on social media. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Brenda Bronson? And again, Ms. Bronson's the last one who's signed up, so if you wish to speak, please come see clerk. Good evening. Welcome.
Hi. Welcome. I'm Brenda Bronson. I live in Ward 4 at 11063 West Ohio Place. And I'm speaking in support of Agenda Item 18, establishing a Lakewood minimum wage. I'd like the city of Lakewood to be a leader. Since the federal government won't lead us and establish a federal minimum wage, I would like every city that is willing to step up and pay people who work for you a living wage. It's sort of a Christian, I don't know. I'm a Christian. I'm a United Methodist woman. I believe in people who work for you to earn a living wage. Okay. In the past 40 years, since about 1980, we began closing the door to the American dream. I got a free education, basically. It wasn't called free then, but I'm a chemical engineer, and I paid $250 a semester for my, that's what I paid to University of Missouri at Rolla to become a chemical engineer. I didn't go in debt. I was given the American dream. I was given the chance for the opportunities, and I would have liked to have seen my son to be giving me those opportunities. He wasn't. Luckily, I'm his mother. I can help him. But in the past 40 years, it's no longer true. My stepdaughter is burdened in debt to get a master's in museum sciences. So she had $40,000 worth of debt to repay. She can't afford a home. I got to have a home. I got to be a single parent, raise my son in my own home, and I own a home now, and I like it. And I think that people that work 40 hours a week and should be paid enough in 40 hours of work to afford a home. But that isn't the way the system is working for people now. American taxpayers shouldn't pick up the health care and the tab on Medicaid and food stamps because wealthy corporations aren't paying for it, or even poor corporations. I don't even care about that. If I hire somebody to work for me, I pay them more than $15, and I don't care if they're a teenager, a housewife, I'm a landlady. I hire many things for projects, but I pay people the minimum wage, and I pay more if they're skilled labor. And I believe it's the right thing to do. I think it's the Christian thing to do, and I think it's the Lakewood thing to do. And I urge you and support and I wasn't even going to speak at this. I was just going to come because I'm sick. But I thought, Brenda, you feel strongly about this? Tell them what you think. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Public comment, general? All right. We'll go ahead and close that. And Ms. Hodson, executive report?
Yes, thank you. A couple of things. You might have heard in the news about the Summit County firefighter who recently died in the line of duty. He happened to be a Lakewood resident. So there will be a procession on Friday that will go down South Wadsworth and down Jewel and also near Bear Creek High School. So just so you know, there will be some implications to the traffic, and we will have police and fire apparatus there to show our support to this individual. So another piece of tough news, and I don't usually do this with employees, but this is an employee that you all work with individually very much, and our own Caitlin Galt is leaving the city of Lakewood. She's moving to be close to her family and friends in another state, so we'll miss her dearly. She's done, you know that she it was in charge of the direct response system and did so with such a great spirit, and she was such a talent, so it's tough to see her go, but we'll sure miss her, and I wanted you to know that. So this is kind of just a night of heavy news. Here's one more. Councilor Vincent and I attended the county commissioner's breakfast recently, and we got a presentation from our own Sheriff Schrader to talk about the implications of the budget reductions that they are experiencing. And according to the sheriff, he'll be experiencing a 7% reduction across the board, and the plan is to close the 7th floor of the jail. That impacts 288 beds. Full capacity is 1,392, and this brings it down to 1,148. They don't plan to have any layoffs, so they're doing this all by attrition, and right now they're down 51 employees, so they have 51 vacancies. The sheriff sent out an email on December 6th to personnel, to sheriff personnel, to the county commissioners, and I just received it, so I'll be forwarding it to you as well. There's a lot of information. It talks about those impacts. If this is something that you would like maybe to have a conversation with the sheriff, we can invite him to come and speak at one of our meetings. So why don't you take a look at this email and see what kind of questions you might have. Sound good? And finally, the police have posted tips online for staying safe during the holidays, and it's really good information. I would encourage all of you to go to the website. It's on the front page under news, and it's called Police Tips for Staying Safe During the Holidays. Please encourage your constituents to read this, review this article, and to help protect themselves from some of the things that can happen during the holidays as it relates to theft, etc. So that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hodson. Next is the consent agenda. The use of the consent agenda has been made to expedite council action. It contains both resolutions and first reading ordinances. Resolutions are items of routine nature. Members of the public will have an opportunity in a moment to comment on any of the proposed resolutions. First reading ordinances appear on the agenda only for the purpose of setting future public hearing dates and ordering the newspaper publication of the proposed ordinance. No public comments will be heard this evening on first reading ordinances. The public will have an opportunity to comment on the proposed ordinances during the scheduled public hearings on the dates set tonight by City Council. Will the clerk please read the items into the record on the consent agenda?
The consent agenda consists of items 8 through 12 inclusive. Item 8, Resolution 2019-50, supporting a grant application for Schoolyard Initiative grant from the State Board of the Great Outdoors Colorado Trust Fund and the completion of Jeffco Open School schoolyard improvements, and authorizing the Director of Community Resources to execute a grant agreement and intergovernmental agreement if approved. Item 9, Ordinance O-2019-42, authorizing a supplemental appropriation to the 2020 annual budget in the amount of $66,959 and authorizing the expenditure of grant funds from the Department of Local Affairs to assist the City of Lakewood in partnership with the Jefferson County Complete Count Committee and other subcommittee organizations to work collectively on outreach to hard-to-count populations of Lakewood and Jefferson County to encourage their participation in the 2020 census. Item 10, Ordinance O-2019-43, authorizing a real estate exchange agreement with the Regional Transportation District to address land ownership along the RTD Light Rail W line and vacating certain city right-of-way at Quell Street and 13th Avenue. Item 11, approving minutes of City Council meetings. City Council meeting June 24th, 2019. City Council meeting July 8th, 2019. City Council meeting August 26th, 2019. City Council special meeting July 15, 2019. Item 12, accepting minutes of the boards and commissions. Historic Preservation Commission, September 17, 2019.
Wonderful. So we do have the Ward family who signed up for public comment. If you'd like to come on down. And you're the only ones who've signed up. If anybody else would like to speak on the resolutions, please see the clerk. Good evening, welcome.
Hi, I'm Kelly Ward. I don't know if you can reach it. This is Bennett. Bennett Ward. Can you reach it?
My name is Lincoln Ward, and I'm a 5th grader. I go to Jefferson County Open School.
All right.
And I'm Lucas.
And I'm John Hubert. I'm the PTSO president.
Great.
We're here on behalf of the Playground Committee for JCOS. We've been working for the past 4 years as a school, a parent committee, a teacher organization, and a community, and have put together a grant proposal for GoCo, and are here to ask the council's support in our playground application.
Fantastic. Well, thank you. We appreciate you all coming out.
Couldn't keep them away.
Oh, it's great. We're here every Monday. Anybody else? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. And Mr. Wadnell, you have a presentation for us. Is that accurate?
The sewer.
Okay, that's item 15. So we're good. So I'll ask for a motion.
Mayor Paul, I move for approval of the council minutes, for acceptance of the minutes of all boards and commissions, order all ordinances introduced on first reading to be published in the Denver Post, with public hearings set for the date included in the ordinance, and for adoption of resolutions, all of which are included in the consent agenda items introduced into the record by the city clerk.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. I know. And that passes 11 ayes, 0 nays. Congratulations Thank you for all your hard work on that. These are always great projects. I want to thank city staff too. I know they put a lot of time and energy in as well. And also for the Complete Count Committee. That's a great win for the city to help add some extra dollars, as it's critically important. You're going to hear a lot about this in 2020 to make sure that we have a complete count in the city of Lakewood for the census. So enjoy your night. Clerk, please read item 13 and 14.
Item 13, Resolution 2019-51, establishing certain sewer fees for customers of the City of Lakewood Sewer Utility. Item 14, Resolution 2019-52, establishing certain water fees for customers of the City of Lakewood Water Utility.
All right, I'll invite our city engineer, Ms. Ann Hine, to come and give a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I do have a combined presentation. You have two resolutions before you tonight because we have utility rates to set for two separate utilities. The utilities are operated as separate enterprises, meaning the fees and charges from the customers are the entire revenue for the utility. There's no general fund transfer into the utilities, and there's no transfer between the utilities. So because rates are an important task, we have contracted with a consultant to complete a comprehensive rate study. This was in 2016, and it looked ahead 8 years to 2023. Each year, we calibrate the financial model that's part of that rate study to factor in current conditions and proposed projects. And the rates that we're proposing tonight are consistent with that financial model. The City Council only sets rates for the customers of the Lakewood Water Utility and the Lakewood Sewer Utility. There are many other providers, as you'll see later on in the presentation, and those providers make business decisions based on their own financial models and their own circumstances. We'll start with the Lakewood Water Utility. This utility is one of 21 water providers in the city of Lakewood, and it serves a small area in the northeast section of town, serves about 800 customers, generally east of Pierce and north of 12th Avenue. The utility purchases all the water it distributes from Denver Water, and that accounts for about 82% of the operating costs of the utility. The other costs are to operate and maintain the system and to improve the infrastructure through capital projects. Denver Water increased costs by 3.9% in 2019 and is proposing an increase of 2.8% in 2020. The most recent Lakewood Water increase was in 2017, so we've had 2 years that we did not have an increase in rates. The utility's been able to absorb the past increases from Denver Water, but we are proposing an increase for 2020 rates. A tool for comparison is the typical single-family customer. This customer uses 8,000 gallons of water over a 2-month billing period. The bi-monthly bill is a combination of a fixed service charge and a variable usage charge. We're not recommending any change to the service charge. We are recommending a 30-cent per 1,000-gallon increase to the usage charge. And that results in a bi-monthly bill increase of $2.40 or 3.6% for the typical single-family customer. Actual customers may see a higher or lower increase in their bill depending on their actual water use. The resolution that you have tonight also includes recommended increases for different billing classes and different tiers within those classes. The Lakewood Sewer Utility is one of 23 sewer providers in the city. And our service area is in the north third of the city. This is a schematic of the service area. As with the water utility, Lakewood does not treat any of its wastewater. All of the treatment is by Metro Wastewater Reclamation District, and that accounts for about 72% of the operating costs of the utility. And similarly to the water utility, the other costs are operating and maintaining the system and improving and modernizing the infrastructure. Metro Wastewater is proposing an increase to treat their wastewater in 2020 of 9.6%. Their increases are driven by their own operating costs, as well as improving the treatment infrastructure and meeting environmental standards. The most recent increase in the Lakewood water utility rates was 2018, so we had 1 year of no increases. Some of the current projected increase from Metro Wastewater can be absorbed by the utility, but we are recommending increases for 2020. Again, we have a comparison of the typical single family customer who uses 8,000 gallons of water bi-monthly in the winter. We use winter water use because that's the water that goes to the sanitary sewer system, and it eliminates all the irrigation water that does not get to the sanitary sewer system. Again, the bi-monthly bill is a combination of a fixed service charge and a usage charge. We're not recommending a change to the service charge. We are recommending a 26-cent per 1,000 gallon change to the usage charge. And that is a $2.08 increase for the bi-monthly bill, or a 4.8% increase. There are also 2 wholesale accounts which discharge to our system. That's the West Alameda Heights Sanitation Services, Inc. and Bonneview Water Sanitation District. They pay for treatment on a quarterly basis. And your resolution includes a recommended increase to these 2 providers of $3.52 per quarter per tap. We have engaged in a public process regarding the rate increases. Notifications were sent to the customers of both utilities regarding this consideration at City Council. We also posted a presentation on Lakewood Speaks. If approved, the effective dates for the new rates are January 16th for the water rates and February 1st for the sewer rates, and the first bills with the new rates will be sent in March. As a result of the notifications, we did receive 1 call from a sewer customer requesting more information regarding the increases, and we had 1 comment posted on Lakewood Speaks. That comment was from the Villas development, which is on Teller Street, just north of Alameda, and it was regarding their sewer bills. We've been working with the HOA and Consolidated Mutual for several months regarding an anomaly in the sewer bills. This is a unique situation in our service area. There are many units that are served off 1 meter, and we have been receiving data from Consolidated Mutual, which is their water provider, with that data. It turns out some of the blocks are served by 2 meters, and we've only been receiving data from 1 meter. So we've tended to undercharge certain blocks, and there is a discrepancy in some of the bills. We've met with the HOA, and the HOA understands the remedy. We will readjust the winter water use based on Consolidated Mutual readings this January and February, and reset those rates in the spring. It will tend to increase the bills for those blocks that have been undercharged. In conclusion, staff recommends that you approve the resolutions, and I will be available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now open the public hearing and public comment on items 13 and 14. Mr. Gordon, you are the only one who's signed up. Come on down. Good evening.
Mr. Mayor.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, ladies and gentlemen. I wear my orange suspenders to honor the victory of the Denver Broncos over Texas yesterday. But I am here tonight to oppose the motion to raise the rates for the sewer fees. And my name is Robert Gordon. I live at 10390 West 13th Place, and I just paid my sewer bill, which was $25.56 for my house. Sewer fees should be low. They should not be free. Very few services should be free, but the sewer fee should be low. I have, with my own eyes, seen raw sewer going into Clear Creek. People try to get away with it so they can avoid paying a sewer fee, and we don't want that. So that's my main reason for saying it's low, let's keep it low. In fact, maybe you should charge less than it actually costs you. Maybe you should subsidize it to keep it low. It's in the public interest and in our public health interest. Therefore, I ask you to vote no on Resolution 51. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? All right, I'll close public comment. And I'll just make three quick comments. That was a great Bronco victory. So we appreciate you continuing to celebrate. They're few and far between this year. If you will notice, if you remember earlier in the year, we did have a presentation by the Metro Wastewater Reclamation District who came and spoke to council about some of their infrastructure and their increase in basically their fees that are coming down their way. And so that kind of set the stage. And if you look at the 82% for the water and the 72%, I think it's fair to say that extra 10% running a sewer utility is going to be more intensive with more capital expenditures for equipment, cleaning lines, as well as TVing and things like that. Would you say that's why we have about a 10% difference? Or
that percentage varies somewhat depending on capital projects and certain maintenance projects in each utility, and there have been several capital projects that were underway this year and significant maintenance work that was done this year.
And the other thing I'd just like to say, I appreciate the fact, having served on a water and sand board, that we've tried to absorb costs when we can and not raising them every year. But we also have some providers in our district who've neglected to really pay attention to the costs, and they're really struggling now and either charging a substantial increase or really falling behind on their maintenance. So I appreciate the balance that we've tried to strike with both these utilities. Mayor Pro Tem Abel.
Good evening. A couple of years ago, when we did our last increase in sewer rates, one of the smaller districts that pays us a tap fee was caught after their budget was already put to bed for the year. And I'm afraid they feel the same way this year. Their budget is ready for adoption at their next meeting, and now there's a $3.52 per tap fee, $14 per tap over the course of a year. I know it's difficult to come up with an idea of what our increase might be each year any earlier, but it would sure help those folks if we'd give them a shot or a heads up saying, you know, it might be heavier this year than a couple of years ago, but they're in a pretty bad position. And I think 2 years ago they wound up eating it for the year. They may do that this year. So they're operating on a shoestring as it is. So thank you.
It is unfortunate timing in that we find about rate increases from Metro Wastewater and Denver Water September and October, and then we have to make decisions about rate increases before December. And other districts are doing that, other providers are doing that at the same time, and the decisions do kind of stack up against each other.
Thank you.
All right, no other comments or questions. Mayor Pro Tem, accept a motion on the first resolution, 51.
I move for the adoption of resolution 2019-51.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Councilor Johnson, you have a comment?
I do. I'm sorry I didn't put my light on sooner. I believe it's page 248 in our packet here. It mentions that this is anticipated to cover future cost. Could you please speak a little more to the word anticipated? And I'll try and find it while I'm talking.
Are you speaking about the water utility or the sewer utility?
I'm sorry.
The sewer utility billing is a projection of what the bill to the city will be. It's actually based on metered flows into the Metro wastewater reclamation system. And it's also based on the sewage load in those flows. So the rate increase that they project can be modified somewhat over the year. So that's one potential change in the bill that we receive from Metro. The other anticipated cost is improvements in capacity to serve certain developments and capital projects to improve and modernize the infrastructure. And those projects are planned. We have 2 projects planned for 2020, but sometimes the timing on those projects shifts a little bit, and it may move into another year. So that's why we use the word anticipated.
I guess the question begs to be asked regarding some of the very new and higher density apartment houses. Are we able to accommodate the needs for those with the current capacity load?
Yes, mostly. In some cases, we do have capacity concerns with the new development. We have a master plan for the sewer system, and we've identified potential development areas that may present capacity problems. With each development, we have a capacity report prepared by the developer that we review and concur with before the project moves forward. Projects that are new connectors to the system also have to pay system development charges, or what's commonly referred to as TAP fees. And those fees are in excess of the fees that we've been talking about tonight. And they're a one-time fee at connection. And those fees go to assist in the upgrading of capacity due to those developments.
Is it generally enough to cover that cost?
Generally, it's more than enough. So the projects that improve capacity may use less than what the TAP fees for a specific connector is.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? We have a motion and a second on resolution 2019-51. Oh, 1 second. Councilor Bita.
Yes, I just have one question. I'm just curious, why do we, as part of this, not get the financials that support this increase? In other words, some sort of a financial statement that would help us understand, where all these increases are going. I mean, this is all very well, and I understand that, it's basically the basics of how your districts work. Okay, the very basics, but I'd like to see the numbers on this and actually see the financials, and we don't get that as part of the packet. I mean, is there some reason for that?
It's not part of this packet to set rates, but it is part of your annual budget. The water enterprise fund and the sewer enterprise fund are separately tabulated in the budget. Capital projects are covered in the budget, and there's a section for the water utility and the sewer utility that has all the information about employment numbers and differences in capital projects and revenue over the years. So that's not repeated in this rate setting packet, but it is in your budget.
So the budget does include an explanation for the rate increases.
It includes the information related to capital projects and operating costs.
As they relate to the increase, the rate increase.
Well, the budget is prepared before the rate increase is considered. The budget is prepared in July and August and reviewed in September and October. Rate increases are considered in late September and October. So they tie together, but the budget doesn't include specific information about a rate increase because we don't know what that will be at that time.
Well, just for kind of future information, I guess, I, for one, would really appreciate seeing the actual numbers. And given, as you indicate, the budget isn't, our 2020 budget isn't going to be comprehensive on that because some of the things you're proposing come after that's already set. So I would like to see in future years, I'd like to actually see what those numbers look like so we can get a feel as council for where those increases are going. I'm sure part of it's a pass-through for the increases from Denver Water and Metro Wastewater, understood. But then I take it there's also some other increases beyond that are going towards future capital improvements. And that's fine. I mean, I think that's something you have to do, and I just would like to see what those look like. And also, are there any of these increases attributable to increase in maintenance costs? What about increases in administration? We have none of that information here, and I think for me at least, to sort of be able to say, yes, I've done my due diligence, and these rates are justifiable and needed, so we can say that to our constituents. I think I'd like to see those numbers. So in future years, just kind of a suggestion, maybe some of our council who doesn't really want to look at that, because I know it gets tedious, but I do.
And this year, the rate increases are a portion of a pass-through from Denver Water and from Metro Wastewater. We're not proposing an increase that covers any of the other maintenance or administration costs. We're absorbing whatever increases those would be to the utilities.
And that's really helpful for us to know that. You see what I'm saying? Either through explanation like you just did, or the numbers are both. Because, I would anticipate a pass-through of all the increases from the districts that serve us, and then on top of that, some increase. And you're saying, well, that's not really the case. We're scaling back from there. And so that really helps in terms of us when we talk to our constituents and go, are you kidding? They're really doing everything they can to tighten their belt on this.
And just to repeat some of the numbers I had in the presentation that were not on slides, the Metro Wastewater increase in treatment costs is 9.6%, and our proposed increase for the sewer utility is a 4.8% increase. So we're absorbing a lot of that increase. And on the water side, the Denver Water increase since our last increase was 3.9% in 2019 and 2.8% in 2020. And we are proposing a 3.6% increase. So we're absorbing a lot of those increases as well.
That's really helpful. Thank you. Thank you for your hard work.
Councilor Franks.
I just wanted to add, thank you. That information does help, but I also wanted to make sure the public was aware that on ledger.lakewood.org, we have that information broken out. So I wanted to make sure that folks know if you go to ledger.lakewood.org and you go to the by fund area, you'll be able to see some of that historic. So, but I do appreciate knowing how much you're absorbing versus passing through. I do think that's helpful, but those detailed numbers are, you can get into some significant granularity there. So I just wanted to make sure the public and fellow councilors knew about that as well.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second on 2019-51, and this is the sewer utility. There's a motion and a second. Please cast. And that passes 10 ayes, 1 nay, the nay being Councilor Springsteen. Mayor Pro Tem, will you please make a motion for 52?
I move for the adoption of Resolution 2019-52.
Second.
All right, motion is second, and this is for the Lakewood Water Utility. Please cast your votes. And that passes 10 aye, 1 nay, the nay being Councilor Springsteen. Okay, will the clerk please read item 15?
Item 15, Resolution 2019-53, establishing projects and project funding levels for the 2020 Capital Improvement and Preservation Program, CIPP, Neighborhood Participation Program.
Great. I'll now open the public hearing on Resolution 2019-53. Now we have Mr. Roger Wadnell, Comprehensive Planning, who's going to give us a presentation on fun stuff. I think.
Okay. Start from the beginning here. Again, Roger Wadnell, Comprehensive Planning and Research Manager for Lakewood. And I'm here to talk about the 2020 Neighborhood Participation Program. And this particular program has been in effect since 92, actually, 1992. And tonight I'm going to present a little bit of program background, then talk about the selection process and the status of past projects, focusing on the 2019 program, and then talk about recommendations for 2020. Now, the purpose of the Neighborhood Participation Program is to fund small projects requested by the neighborhood that aren't in the capital improvement program. They are neighborhood generated and generally are small projects like landscaping, a sidewalk connection, drainage improvement, park improvements like playgrounds, things like that. Again, currently not in the capital improvement program, and it's all neighborhood based. The program, as I mentioned, began in 1992, and since that time, 150 projects have been funded, and they range, like I say, from landscaping, playgrounds, park improvements, very small community gardens, things like that, and they really have covered all corners of the city since the inception. Currently, the program is funded at $160,000 for construction, and projects need to be on city property or public property, and $20,000 is for contingencies. In some cases, design work is required from a consultant, for example, on a park project. Generally, in the criteria stated in the staff report, projects need to have a general benefit to an entire neighborhood, which, for example, like a sidewalk connection that might benefit one or two property owners would not benefit the entire neighborhood. So we look at projects that benefit an entire neighborhood. We look at not significantly increasing city maintenance. That's another factor. Funding levels are $60,000 for a max per project. The idea is to fund more than one project per year. And as I mentioned previously, not currently in the capital improvement and preservation budget. Oops. So the process is in late May, early June, we start publicizing the program. We accept applications throughout the summer, talk to community organizations that might be interested, accept applications in September, and then evaluate the projects. The neighborhood organization does not have to be a registered neighborhood organization. It can be a group of citizens that want to build a project in their community. Then all the projects are reviewed and evaluated by staff team. We take a look at the cost. We do preliminary cost estimates, and then rank the projects based on some weighted criteria that I'll talk about in a moment. And then present the ranked projects and recommendations to City Council, as we're doing tonight. The criteria that we look at, again, is benefit versus cost. How much benefit to the neighborhood, and what is the cost of the project? Health and safety, for example, maybe a drainage project might contribute to health and safety, sidewalk perhaps. Compliance with the comprehensive plan and community resources master plan. Then we look at neighborhood support. There's a minimum of 5 signatures are required, but many times we get more than that. And then we also look at is the neighborhood support from the immediate neighborhood and not outside the neighborhood, because we really want to focus upon neighborhood projects that benefit the community that applies for them. And then if there are any additional maintenance requirements, we keep a close eye on that, trying to fund projects that don't require a lot of additional maintenance by the city. So with that, I'm going to talk a little bit about the projects from last year and kind of the status report on those projects. One of the projects is pickleball courts at Lakewood Estates. And that was requested by Lakewood Estates community at Lakewood Estates Park. And as you can see, there's a tennis court, and it's been not converted to a pickleball court, but you can actually play either tennis or pickleball, which is becoming more popular, on a tennis court. So that was converted. The next is a community garden at Slater Elementary School. That has been completed. This is an earlier stage of the project. At Addenbrook Park, and this is scheduled for spring, it's a replacement of this older playground, but that'll be completed in the spring of next year, sorry. And then a sculpture garden at Colfax and Wadsworth. That is at the intersection of Colfax and Wadsworth on the southwest corner. It's a piece of property that's actually owned by the city of Lakewood. That was when that intersection was improved. There was kind of a remnant parcel, and the community wanted something done other than dirt there. And that'll be a sculpture garden with some landscaping, and that will be spring completion as well. And then in Two Creeks area, and this will be completed actually by the end of this month. They requested a neighborhood kiosk, trash can, doggy do bag, and it's a smaller project, and that will be completed again by the end of the year. And I failed to mention that the staff selection group includes public works, planning, and community resources. And Ross Williams is here as well to talk about any community resources. As you'll see, some of those recommended projects are park projects. There are a couple more projects at McNabb Park. There's some landscaping improvements in the spring. McNabb is a really small park that is really kind of undeveloped, and the landscaping improvements will make it a more desirable park for people. So 2020, we received 12 applications, and every year the program, we receive more dollar amounts, more dollars that for construction that we have available. So every year it's competitive. Every year we have to go through the criteria and really look for the best projects to recommend. Over $528,000 in construction costs were estimated for the projects that were received. We're recommending 4 projects, and that will total $164,000 in construction costs estimated. And once projects are selected or approved by council, we do take a much closer look at construction costs, but generally they have been pretty much in the ballpark in the past. So the 2020 program, you can kind of see by this map the distribution of the projects that were applied for. And the recommended projects, I'll go through these really quickly, is a labyrinth in Chester Portsmouth Park. And a labyrinth is like a maze, or it is a maze, that a lot of kids and adults like to use as kind of a way to as a puzzle piece, kind of. And this is in a vacant area. You can see in this area in the picture, it's really an underutilized area within the park. And that's the labyrinth was requested by the neighborhood. And it made it to the top of the list. Westland Park, and this is just north of the Westland Center. It's an existing park. It's kind of underutilized, and the neighborhood wanted some play equipment and some playground improvements for Westland with more children in the area. So that was recommended, is being recommended. Picnic shelter, James Harrison Park. You can see in the picture, there's a playground in the back and the picnic shelter in the front. Both are pretty well older, probably 70s-ish. Community Resources actually in their budget is redoing the playground, but the shelter was not in the budget, so the neighborhood wanted to see an improved park shelter for James Harrison Park. And then at Belmar, there's a detention pond that's used quite a bit by the Belmar residents as a walking trail, and they requested landscaping, landscape art and bench, and improvements of the walking trail along the detention pond. So those are the recommended projects for 2020 based on staff evaluation, and those are the projects. Again, the labyrinth and north portion of Chester Portsmouth Park at $10,000. Westland Park play equipment, $60,000. James Harrison Park picnic shelter, $60,000. Landscape improvements and bench and art at Belmar Detention Pond for $34,000 for a total of $164,000. So the action tonight is council approve the resolution to adopt the projects recommended for funding in the 2020 Neighborhood Participation Program. And we're available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to now open public comment. Nobody's signed up to speak. Anybody wish to speak? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Councilor Harrison.
Thank you. I'm fascinated by the idea of a labyrinth. How high are the bushes that are used in that labyrinth? Does anybody know? Thank you, Ross.
Ross, talk about that.
Because one of the issues I would be concerned about, and something that I know when we've replaced a lot of the playground information or the equipment, what we've been worried about is being able to see the kids. And that would be my concern if the bushes are very high. So,
Ross Williams, park planner for the city of Lakewood. The project suggests it was not including raised vegetation. What they're looking at is more of a ground cover, looking at adding stone walks in the circular pattern and the labyrinth pattern that will be worked out there, and it will not be a vertical one. That's why the cost is a little bit lower in there.
Councilor Vincent.
Yes, one question, just a general question, because I get it quite often. Are the projects that are being submitted, are they increasing in number or are they staying the same?
It kind of varies every year. Some years we get even more. I say this is probably typical, an average. Every year is different, but every year we get more requests than we have budget.
And I would just say this, it's a great program, provides a lot of opportunity, and as we get, around budget time next year, if it's something council wants to examine to discuss if that's the right amount of money that should be allocated or not, we can certainly do that. I would also like to echo for folks that weren't granted a project this year to please continue to work with staff. I know you've been great in past years helping them get closer and get to a point where these projects can be approved. So thank you for that work. And if yours is not chosen tonight, please continue the process. Councilor Springsteen.
I was just curious how, and I understand planning, public works, and community resources works together. How do you ultimately decide on which projects get chosen? Is there a vote? What occurs exactly?
There, as I mentioned, there are criteria, and they're actually weighted criteria. Some are weighted a little bit higher than others. And we actually have staff rate the projects individually, and then we kind of combine the rankings and come up with the top priorities from each staff members, because each Public Works, Planning, and Community Resources all have kind of different perspectives on projects and different backgrounds. So there's a rating sheet, and then we kind of tally up the numbers and see which projects come out on top.
Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, we have a motion.
I move for the adoption of Resolution 2019-53.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. That passes 11 ayes, 0 nays. Thank you, Mr. Wadnow. The clerk, please read item 16.
Item 16, Ordinance O-2019-40, amending Chapter 9.80 and Section 1.16.080 of the Lakewood Municipal Code to add thereto provisions related to rodents and vermin, certain illegal activities constituting a nuisance, and the enforcement of such provisions.
Thank you. I'll now open the public hearing on Ordinance 2019-40. Nobody has signed up to speak. Anybody wish to speak? Ms. Menton, come on down. Good evening, welcome.
Good evening. Sorry I got cut off guard. I thought there'd be a little presentation beforehand. Natalie Menton, Ward 5. So there is a section of this proposal that brings concern to me, and that is, I have spoken to Lakewood officer, Mr. Alish. But my concerns are still present. And that is, I do understand the background somewhat. I didn't go over and visit the house that is probably the biggest concern bringing this forward. I understand that in discussions there are some others. But the specific issue that I am concerned about is what used to be 9.80.150, titled Declared Nuisances, and now suggested to be 9.80.170. First of all, this is a very minor note, but I do want to cover it, as in that paragraph A mentions, and again, I'm looking at the red line, is what I'm looking at, is that there is a change here on compost, and it constitutes a nuisance if a person maintains a compost pile in the front yard or within 10 feet of the property line. Currently, I have 3 compost bins. They're all pure vegetation, vegetables. There's no meat, there's no dairy. It follows common compost practices. For a city who claims to be very, very concerned about sustainability, how in the world does this help me? How in the world does it help the 1,000 people that, I'm just guessing at a number, that are now going to be violating code because their compost pile is next to their fence? As a matter of fact, and the officer may not be too happy that I'm going to mention this, but when I brought this to his attention, he said, well, I've got a compost pile that's 5 feet from my fence. He happens to live in unincorporated Jeffco. But why is this a problem? Why is this being addressed? Why are we making people a nuisance because they have a compost pile? Then let's move on to another section of this red line, and that is under section B, section, and then paren F. Oh, I only got 30 seconds, jeez. 3 or more separate municipal court summonses for a zoning related offense If you look at the title of B, it's criminal activity. We're now making people criminals because they have 3 zoning offenses. I am not one of the habitual, but what you're doing is asking for abuse. It all comes down to, do you have a good neighbor or don't you? What is going to be considered here? What are the actions? And then in G, what happened to due process? In no event shall conviction of a crime involving the above type of conduct be necessary to support a finding that the types of conduct have taken place. Due process. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anybody else? All right, I'll close public comment. Councilor Gutwein.
Thank you. I do have a question about the compost issue that was just raised, and just some clarification if you could explain maybe why that's included in there and help us understand the changes that were made.
Ms. Hodson.
Thank you.
Yep. Hi. So, thanks for having us back, John Alish, City of Lakewood, Sergeant Cat team. Yeah. So the reason there is when we were looking at the nuisance ordinance, that's something that our code enforcement supervisors said they had received complaints about in the past, and so. It's one of those things where when we have a chance to amend the code, if we have identified issues that have been experienced in neighborhoods, we have similar setbacks for other things, chicken coops, beehives, that kind of thing. And the thought is that whenever you're in a community, you have to balance individual rights with getting along with your neighbors. And we want to make sure that the compost piles are far enough away from the property line that we don't have people coming head to head on it, that we can say, no, you're fine to compost, but we just need it 10 feet from the property line. And we can't have it in the front yard. And that goes along with other things that we wouldn't allow in a front yard, because the front cartilage is seen as differently than a backyard when it's hidden behind a fence.
Thank you. Okay, so just to be clear then, so you are allowed to compost, you just have to do it in your backyard, and it has to be 10 feet away from your neighbor, essentially.
Yes.
Is what we're saying. Okay, thank you. And then we also had a question about ensuring that there's due process. And I know, we've been having many discussions over quite a period of time about this, but for anyone listening, if this is their first time, could you explain a little bit about how people's property rights will be protected and how they'll go through due process through this?
Sure. So I had a chance to talk to Ms. Minton on the phone about this, and we went through it. The key here for us is that the summons for a declared nuisance still goes through the court process as well. So it's not like we suddenly send them a fine without them going through the court process. That's simply because the problem is if you require convictions to get to a declared nuisance, convictions, if someone appeals it, doesn't show up for hearings, et cetera, could last years. So if we're going to try and use any of this additional tools that we want to use, if you have to wait for 3 convictions, then we'd have to say within the past 5 years or past 8 years, because you don't know how long this is going to take. So the thought is here, the due process comes from this fact. If someone has 3 summonses, and we're talking actual tickets to court, not just, warning letters or hey, please clean up your weeds. If they get 3 separate tickets, and another thing we built into it is we said separate summonses. So that way it wasn't like if a code enforcement officer came out and cited you for yard waste, weeds too high, and you pick it. We're not saying that one instance, 3 different charges would be enough to invoke this. There's been 3 different tickets. With this ticket for declared nuisance, then what happens is they go before a judge. But in the meantime, when they've been cited for declared nuisance, we now have additional tools like this temporary protection order we're asking for that could be invoked by this, which we otherwise couldn't use. So again, long, short answer is due process is the court process for this citation that would be had.
Thank you. That's really helpful. I think those are my only questions at this time. we have worked on this for a considerable amount of time. I really appreciate so much all of the hard work that went into this, and the many tough discussions that we've all had about this. And I think that, like many policies, we have some people that wish it went a whole lot further, and some people that are concerned that it didn't go, or that it's going too far. So I think that, I think this is a good, fair balance that will also help prevent some of the really extreme cases. We're not talking about or trying to go after, someone with their weeds too high. I will admit that I've gone in my yard and found weeds that are higher than 6 inches, especially around election season. That has been known to happen in my house. So that's not really what we're trying to get to. We're really looking after health and safety issues that can frankly become a very significant problem. And we have, of course, as you all know, seen that happen in Ward 5. So thank you, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilor Franks.
Thanks, Mayor Paul. I did want to make sure that council knows that I did forward the responses, so you should have all had those in your email box. And so wanted to bring up just some things regarding the 10-foot on the property line. One, for full disclosure, I have 3 compost stations set up. I do on-ground composting for yard waste, clippings, pine needles and that type of thing. And so that would be different than raised tumblers, which are sealed and rodent-proof. And I was told that these, our current language doesn't differentiate, but they are very different things. You also have above ground sealed and insulated ones, which then take care of smell and all that. So I think I might be the resident because I also vermicompost. So I'm probably the compost expert up here. The 10-foot becomes down to, are you a good neighbor or are you not a good neighbor? Because if I'm a good neighbor and have it a foot away from the fence and I'm using all good composting practices, I'm turning it often, I'm encouraging the pile to heat up and do things like that, might all be good within a foot. I could have it 15 away from all fences, and if I'm putting in meat and dairy and I'm doing those types of things, doesn't matter how far, it's going to smell. It's going to attract animals. And so I think what we have here is what we're trying to do is solve a problem. We certainly don't want rodents. We know that we've got an increasing problem with them from a variety of reasons. And we also certainly want to make sure that neighbors aren't dealing with noxious odors and that they're able to enjoy their property. But I think I'm living proof. I don't think we've ever had a complaint about any one of my bins or compost piles. A neighbor mentioned to me once that she saw a mouse, which she felt was running from one of my piles. I completely changed the location and the behavior and made sure that that wasn't an issue. Again, I know that we have to legislate for those who don't follow rules. But I think that the 10-foot is somewhat arbitrary. I think it's more about good practices. It's more about defining the difference between on ground, and if you put any kind of vegetable matter on the ground, you are going to have mice and rats who want to come towards it. Conversely, just doing the leaves and the clippings and that type of thing, that can become a haven if you don't turn it, because then animals want to burrow into it. It's a nice warm place to be. So I'm not sure, I don't think I'm comfortable with the 10-foot. I don't know that, I think I would want some kind of a differentiator between that I can have a raised turning bin closer, because again, it's completely rodent proof. And so I guess I'm not comfortable with that as it is. I know we've got to get someplace, tonight. Certainly, folks have been waiting a long time to have a resolution. So I'm not trying to gum up the works, but it certainly is something that I think we need to maybe modify the distance to maybe even have it if we felt comfortable tonight, and then just put in some language about good composting practices. But again, that varies between who thinks it's a good composting practice or not. So I know we're caught between a rock and a hard place, but again, I'll be in violation with 2 of mine, and fine, if it passes, I'll obviously move them and come into compliance. But it's just, they've caused no issues to this point. And so I just have to represent from all the sustainability people out there who have them within a less than 10 against the fence, that will all be impacted immediately.
Mayor Pro Tem Abel.
I agree with Ms. Franks about compost piles. If you have a good compost pile, it smells sweet. If you use manure, it needs to be more than 10 feet away from the fence. Some people have corner lots, 2 front yards. That puts them at a disadvantage by just saying your front yard can't have a compost pile in it. I've seen a lot of front yards that would look better with a compost pile in them as well. And I agree with Ms. Gutwein. It's hard to tell if we've gone far enough or too far, and I would suggest, and that goes along with some things Ms. Frank said as well, I would suggest after a year we have a review and see if we've gone too far or if we haven't gone far enough. I believe we have limits, by the way, on compost as to how much manure can be in a compost pile. Is that right? We don't have a 25%.
No, sir.
Okay.
Gail Spencer, Code Enforcement. There are no specific percentages. Manure, if you maintain it as an accumulation, has to meet a 15-foot setback. So you're talking about front yards. Even in the zoning ordinance in non-primary and primary front yards, we have setbacks that have to be met.
We have setbacks that we say people have to meet. My concern, like my fellow council people, is that might be too far, and it might not work in every situation. And if we want to be sustainable, we want our leaves and yard waste composted, not dumped in the landfill. So I have concerns about those things. I have a bit of concern about the declaring something vacant. If a neighbor looks over and sees the house next door is vacant, they supposedly could call and report it, and then we would have someone come board it up or otherwise. I think we need to give folks plenty of time to lease or rent a property. Yes, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. To brief on that real quick, it's going to take more than someone claiming vacancy. We always want to look at things with a reasonableness standard. And also it's for security purposes. So vacancy, it says to secure the property. So securing it could be as simple as fixing a deadbolt that's been kicked in. Deadbolted door. So what we're really looking for is those residences that are residences or businesses that, due to their vacancy, have become a haven for juveniles to hide out in, vagrants, people to use drugs in. And so, to your point, it wouldn't be the house that just the neighbor calls and says, hey, I think they're vacant now. That needs to be boarded up. The board up is really a far later process after the homeowner or the business owner is given an opportunity to secure it through traditional means. So
boarding up, I don't think is ever a good idea. And a couple of my fellow council people have expressed that concern. I just think the language is too vague about notification. Maybe we could strengthen that a bit. You've done a great job, though, and there's a lot of changes in there. It's going to bring us a long way. So thanks for all the hard work on it.
Councilor Bita.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank you all for the hard work that you've put into on this nuisance ordinance. It's obvious when I read it that this took a lot of collaboration and a lot of thought and so forth, and so I really appreciate that. I think you've done yeoman's work here, but I do have some concerns. Naturally, one of them, my biggest concern beyond those that have already been expressed, is going back to this declared nuisance, which is designated as 9.80.170. I guess that's the red line version in the new numbering. The declared version, declared nuisance. And while we've talked about the compost, so I'm not going to get into that. I do agree that there are some issues there, but I'm more concerned about this part B, criminal activity. Now, what you've done there is, for the members of the public maybe that don't have this in front of them, we've got A, B, C, D, E paragraphs that talk about conduct on the property, such as prostitution, prostitution of a child, sexual exploration of a child, exploitation of a child, storage of theft items, using it for a place to hide, items that have been stolen. Also, the using it as for any purpose related to illegal drugs. Those are all very, very concerning kinds of issues that belong here. Those are very appropriate because those are the kinds of things we obviously want to get a handle on any way we can and nip it in the bud as quickly as possible. So I applaud you for that. The one that stands out to me is the next one, though. 3 or more separate municipal court summonses for a zoning-related offense in a 12-month period. I have some concern about lumping that kind of violations in with these other very serious violations. And they're lumped in all together, and the ramifications are the same. What can happen to the owner who's engaged in any of these activities is the same. And I have some real problems with these zoning violations, especially when I went in and sort of did some research as to what a zoning violation is. And there's no laundry list of zoning violations from what I can tell. It's spread throughout the zoning ordinances and many, many pages. This might be a violation, that might be a violation, most of them which are really very benign kinds of violations. And yet we're saying if you had a summons on 3 of them in a year, we're going to treat you the same as someone who's using their property for prostitution or hiding stolen goods or drug use. I think to me, I think that's an overreaching. And as I understand now, the impact is that we can go in, the code enforcement can go into the court and ask for what used to be called a restraining order, and now you call it something else, but it's basically the same thing. And it would prevent the property owner from even coming within so many feet of their property. It would exclude them from their property. So these are some pretty drastic remedies, and while I don't disagree with them in the cases of A through E, I've got some concerns about them for F. It seems to me that it might be overreaching. Can you give me any, explanation of why you chose to include these all treat them all the same?
Sure, Counselor. I guess I'd like to talk a little bit about intent here too. This is a tool. We're not going to be citing people with a public nuisance because they have 3 weed violations. These are for problem houses that everybody has in their ward. And I just exchanged some emails with Counselor Franks about a house in her ward where we've cited a person over 50 times for code enforcement violations, and the neighbors are extremely upset with us because we don't have any tools to do anything else other than to cite this person. So this is for really the difficult properties, and we have probably 12 to 20 properties in the city, and I think you all know them in your wards. We have hoarder houses. We obviously have had rodent infested houses. We have a house in your ward, Counselor, where we've boarded it up and cited the individual multiple times. We've even tried to, there's been fires on the property. We've made arrests. We won't even allow our police agents to go on the property now because of the safety concerns. So this isn't meant for somebody who has, trash or, this is a tool for us to go after these problem properties. And we have those in this city. So, I mean, I can't tell, all I can say is I don't have the resources to cite every person with a public nuisance violation. And there's also the due process. Our courts wouldn't stand for us for me to have our code enforcement cite somebody for public nuisance for minor weed violations or trash violations. These are for very extreme houses that frankly, I've had conversations with almost every member of council who have these homes in their wards. So that's what this is directed at. So it's just another tool. And that's.
I understand what you're saying, Chief. Thank you, and that makes sense in the abstract. The problem is we're talking about a law that's black and white. We're talking about the law here, and what you're saying is, well, don't worry, we'll use our discretion, and while I trust that, but there's always situations that arise where neighbors, maybe there's a ongoing dispute between neighbors, and now they try to use this as a tool for getting back at a neighbor for minor violations and start raising a ruckus because, well, we've had 3 summonses in a year and now it's time to declare this place a nuisance. And you see what I mean? I mean, the law is the law, and I would be more comfortable if it was written in such a way as to really address those properties which are have serious problems, and maybe it would be a way to maybe what you do is identify which zoning violations you consider serious enough to warrant this kind of action, as opposed to, well, the weeds are too high, or we don't like the way you haven't repaired your fence quick enough, or those kind of things that really are fairly benign. So I'm wondering if it wouldn't make more sense, in terms of the law is the law, black and white, then we address only those types of zoning violations which we consider serious enough to kick in this kind of ramifications.
Well, I understand, you say the law is the law. Well, I'll give you an analogy. Speeding 36 miles an hour in a 35 mile per hour zone is a 1 mile per hour violation. We don't enforce that. I don't have the resources. So traffic laws, we have a lot of discretion in our day-to-day activities, other than unless it comes to domestic violence or mandatory arrest cases. We use discretion every single day. That's the foundation of policing in America, is discretion. So I mean, I don't have any way to mitigate, I guess, your concerns that we're going to be heavy-handed in our tactics, but I don't have the resources in the police department to be citing every situation as a public nuisance, and we use discretion on a daily basis, and we're very good at using discretion. So this is just another tool. And John, did you want to add some more to that? So,
thank you, Chief. So I think additionally, echoing off that, discretion's a big piece with it, because these decisions at this level, when you're talking these kind of issues, are made with a group of people and not one. So you have that assurance that there's a group that looks into it. Generally, these decisions are going to be made with our legal advisor. These are going to be made with command at some level involved. Additionally, we don't want to lump them all together. What we're trying to do, though, is by declaring something a nuisance, we gain tools that we didn't have before, including that temporary protection order. And the problem, and we all know this through some of our experiences, we can't legislate to the individual problem. We have to legislate somewhat broadly, because who would have known the rodent situation we would have had a year ago, right? And so when we talk, there's probably about 12 locations right now in Lakewood that really need some care in this way, really need to be looked at seriously. And the problem is they're all different. And And so when we look at the house that the chief described in your ward, we need that temporary protection order because they literally burrowed in through the ceiling to get back in their home. And the problem is with current law, our officers were burdened because we had to tell them they can go on the property and they can stand on their property. They just can't go in the building. And how do you adequately police that? Because they'd be like, Sarge, I saw him there last night, but they were standing there and I couldn't hang out to watch to see if they'd get in. So, and then additionally, we have a severe hoarding house in another ward that has kind of taken the neighborhood captive. But they're all minor zoning violations. They're not major crimes. And so how do we get to a point where ultimately when someone has hoarded themselves out of their home and they're living on the sidewalk in front of their home, at some point after abating the property every 5 years for 20 years now, at what point do we say we're going to have to keep you from your own property because the mental health system is not working here and we can't force you to get help if you don't want it, so we are literally going to have to restrict you from the property until you come into compliance. And so those are just a couple examples of some of these difficult nuts that we have to try and crack as far as these problems that we have. How do we deal with that? And so that's why we're asking for this, I think, in that case is to have that opportunity when necessary.
All right, well, thank you.
Councilor Harrison.
Thank you. Thank you for all the work that the team has done on this particular ordinance. I can't tell you how many, well, yeah, you know, because you got them too, the phone calls and the emails and the so on and so forth. Our experience with the rodent infestation last summer. The problem with, I think, most of us, they're really, and you said it, Sergeant Alish, and that is that in a good share of the really serious issues, there's a mental health issue there. And right now, we just don't have the capacity or the help lined up when we've got a mental health issue. This is another tool in the basket to try to be able to help those people, and in a way, and also, as is in our mission statement, protect our neighborhoods. So I'm feeling like even though I agree with Councilor Abel that in a year from now we want to come back and look at this and see if we need to tweak things, but I really support this ordinance. I'm not comfortable with the compost from the fence line, and we'll talk some more about that, and I'm hoping that code enforcement will be very lenient on those phone calls because of the fact that now that we've brought it out, I think it will be used as a stick in some neighborhoods, and I'm concerned about that. We're asking people to be good, sustainable neighborhoods, and yet we're also saying you've got to keep that compost, and in some of the backyards, that's right next to the picnic table. You know, it's going to be really hard to make that happen. So I think that we're going to have to maybe rethink that. I'm not really 100%, but I'm also not ready to throw the baby and the bathwater out because this was a lot of work and we really need these tools to be able to get to those really very serious issues. So thank you ever so much. One thing that I would like someone to do though is Councilor Bita alluded to the criminal activity portion. If I had 3 compost violations in the same year and I'm cited for all of those, what would be the highest level of ticket that I would get, and what would I be considered? What kind of criminal am I after I do that? I want to see if I get lodged in the Jefferson County Jail or where I'm headed. So yeah, that's right, no room at the end, is there? Okay, all right.
Well, I think 2 things on that. First, going back to what you said about the look back that he was asking for, we support that completely because one thing we've tried to do is have a measured response that you mentioned here. And I cannot promise you that what we have here is going to solve all our ills. So, you know, a year from now, we may realize, hey, you know what, these tools were very successful, but we need additional or different tools to solve this problem. So we're definitely on the same page there. Now, reference your question there, I think one thing we have to in the end of the day, it'd probably be better if it said criminal activity and repeat violators or something, because I think that term carries something with it. Every violation of any ordinance is technically a criminal violation. So at the end of the day, that's what it is. If you were the compost bandit, which is what we'll call you now, right, with your 3 violations, you could get a summons. It's a misdemeanor violation into municipal court. One thing that we have to keep in mind is the fine schedule. There's a maximum, but the judges impose that. So again, part of the due process is that a judge is going to look at it and go, do I want to view the person who's received their 3rd summons for X, whatever it may be, or to Councilor Bita, to your point, do I want to, if the judge looks at it and says this person was given a declared nuisance because they had child prostitution on scene, I would hope that our judges would find that to the maximum, and then the compost violator, although none of us would bring that forward again. We have no interest in citing someone as a declared nuisance for compost violations, but again, that due process would occur, and if found guilty, that would be a low fine.
But I wouldn't have points against my driver's license, and I wouldn't be headed for an orange jumpsuit, right?
No.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure it's just money out of my pocket, and that's and time out of my day, but okay. So now I've decided I am going to become the compost bandit. Thank you.
Councilor Vincent.
Yes, thank you. To me, this is no different than the hotel motel ordinance, which we gave as another tool in order to assist. This is one for those of you who are concerned about the violations of weeds, et cetera. We've all had those places in our wards that cause us multiple phone calls where the police, we had one in our ward where we alternated between code enforcement one day and the police the next, code enforcement, police. And it was very well known, the owner very well knew that he didn't have to do anything. It took him over 2.5 years to finally do something. So I know our constituents have been after us to please do something, give them a tool, because we're tired. You keep saying there's nothing that we can do. So I am definitely in support of this. And just as an aside, maybe nobody else has it, but I know we have plenty of people who wait until their weeds every year on June 15th. Somebody has to call in because they've let their weeds grow 12 inches and they never do anything about it until we call, and then they cut them down. So there's always people like that, but please, let's do something to try to give these tools. And then when we do a look back, because I'm convinced that this will pass, when we do a look back in a year, I would like to know those places. I don't want to see, we're starting to get quite a few boarded up houses, boarded up businesses. How long, perhaps we may need to look at something, how long do those stay boarded up before they're finally leveled or something else is done with them? Because that is just as bad in a neighborhood too as ones where they're breaking in and not secured. So I don't know if that's something we can toughen up later, or when we have a look back, how many of those have been boarded up for a year and still nothing's been done? Thank you.
Okay, so we've gone through everyone. I still have folks who want to come back around for another round, so we'll do that. Let me just kind of try to summarize. So it seems like there's some concern with the compost, and certainly, especially with the front yard, people have garden beds and different things in their front yard, and I certainly understand that. And so maybe there's an opportunity for us to work on that. And then, the 3 zoning violations can be very minor, and 3 in 1 year could be weeds, could be a car parked on the lawn, and it could be something else. And so you're taking could potentially take hard action. We don't have the opportunity as policymakers to say, well, we think the judge will be cool with it, right? We don't have that. And to Councilor Bita's, this isn't in the abstract. This is black and white, and this is what we need to do. So for my own purpose up here, what do we have multiple violators in a year that's above 3, 4, 5, 6? I mean, I know that we know our problem houses, and we know they're substantial, and that's what we're trying to get at. However, do we regularly see people that could have 3 in a year?
Mayor and Council, what we're looking at too, just to broadly think about this, There are things in the zoning ordinance that aren't in Title IX, which Title 17, there are illegal land uses with illegal auto repair, businesses that may not fit, that try to operate out of residential areas. So those are more high profile in the instance than the more minor type things, even though they would all carry the same weight. If a summons was issued into municipal court, the fine may vary, but you're looking at the impact, and that's how code enforcement, along with the police agents, will look at these types of nuisance considerations. So again, yes, there are people who violate more often. Again, it's not for the people who can't cut their weeds, don't take their trash out regularly, have some junk on their property. It's more for the larger component of what that might look like. It's probably more severe where they have illegal land uses plus junk on the property.
Yeah, I certainly understand that, and I think council does understand. It's just, we certainly appreciate your discretion, but we're setting something to where this whole group could not be here in 10 years, and the discretion could be different, and it could be different types of penalties. So, you know, I think this council wants to really spend a lot of time and energy, and I think there's a way we can get forward with it. But I think these are some of the concerns encapsulated in that, and then there's some pertaining to boarded up. Chief, did you want to weigh in?
Yes, sir, Mayor. Yeah, composting. I don't have a burning desire to make people composting bandits. We can take that out of this ordinance tonight, and just go back to the original ordinance. I didn't realize the controversy that would cause, and also with the 3 zoning violations, if council would like to go up to 5 or a different number, we're amenable to that too. I mean, I like that part of this provision because I have felt your frustrations when we are dealing with these houses, and again, they're in every ward, and I have felt your frustrations when we say there's not a lot we can do with this, but continue to cite. And Sergeant Alish gave a couple examples. In Ward 3, we have a house. Ward 5, we have the hoarder house. We have a Ward 4, like I said, where we've cited this gentleman over 50 times for code enforcement violations. So I like that part of the provision. If you want us to increase the number, we'd be happy to do that, but I just think that's an important tool.
Well, and I would encourage council, maybe the option is to increase that with a year look back to see if anybody had hit that number or what that looks like. So I have Councilors Skilling and Springsteen and Johnson who haven't weighed in yet, and then I will go back to the rest of the group. Councilor Skilling?
So I don't want to, I have an amendment or proposal, one sentence proposal that has nothing to do with what we've been talking about. So rather than derail this conversation, I just want to alert folks that I'll be coming back with something, but I'd rather get this composting issue and the zoning ordinance or the zoning offenses buttoned up first before we move on.
Great, thank you, sir. Councilor Springsteen?
I just had a couple thoughts. One, I'm always curious about how the old code looked before 2013 versus the new code, and whether anybody looked back at whether some of these things were addressed in the old code, and then you had more tools to work with prior to then, and how that looked for you, whether you had, whether there was more teeth to the code at that time, and what we can learn from that. Reinventing the wheel now. And then just kind of a comment from my own neighborhood is there's an offending house where they leave the trash out for a week at a time. They left it out for a week at a time over Thanksgiving most recently. And my neighbors keep complaining to me and calling code enforcement, and it seems like it just keeps happening over and over again. So I can see the the delicate balance you have to reach between, you know, when does it rise to the level of everybody else has to suffer over this over and over again? And I mean, people were talking about trash isn't maybe such a big issue, but animals get into these trash cans and it could cause rodent problems as well. And so I guess I wonder where is that line between, you know, how do we do something about it versus we don't want to overreact. And so I think that could be a difficult issue at times, but I sure have sympathy for you on that. So
Counselor, I have not looked, the first part, I have not looked back at the 2013 code, and I don't know if any of, I'm sorry? Yeah, so I haven't done that, so I don't know what the differences in the code would be or are. As far as the trash, though, I would envision a scenario such as that where if we cite, if the neighbors complain that they're not taking care of their trash and we cite them and they continue to ignore those citations and we're continuously back again citing them, that's where I could see where we might invoke this public nuisance ordinance and cite them for that. Generally, though, I think we find most of our constituents, once they're given a warning or a citation, they clean up their property. So that's the other part of this too. If you're cited or you're giving a warning by code enforcement, you have a couple options: do nothing and face a potential summons, or actually correct the problem. And for your neighbors, if they're not correcting the problem with their trash, I would envision, after several complaints, and if you're starting to have rodents in the neighborhood because of trash, that we would look to that public nuisance as a tool. And again, it's citing them into court. We're not taking anybody to jail. We're not seizing homes. We're not seizing property. It's a municipal summons, and there's due process with our municipal courts. So as far as that, that's where I would envision.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think additionally, a lot of this for us was thought process, to give you the background on this, because we sat down and looked at this carefully, and there were a few things. One, we found that this 3 or more summonses concept is repeated in other jurisdictions. It's for something else that's kind of one of those aggravators like you talk about. It's in our dog at large ordinance. It says that if your dog's impounded 3 or more times, or you're cited 3 or more times, you could be considered a habitual dog at large. So we do have that built in to try and address that. The last thing I'll say is this really was a thought process for us, because if we go to 3 or 4 convictions, it can take way too long, and we've effectively made it non-effective. On the other side, some places have 3 or more complaints, and we said, well, a complaint that's not fair, because that's just your neighbor calling in. So to the chief's point, it usually takes a lot to get to a summons, warnings prior, verbal, that kind of thing. Now, speaking to code enforcement, though, they will have people who, because we've been dealing with them for 10 or 15 years, they're immediately a summons. It's like, nope, we've been around with them. We've spent thousands of dollars cleaning this place up. We're not going to play that game. The gentleman he mentioned who had 50 different tickets, he doesn't get warnings anymore. But with that in mind, that's some of the thought process. So one thing we've discussed is, if you wanted to change the number, that's fine. We think summons is a good place to be, because it's kind of a middle ground. There still has to be probable cause that a violation has occurred, and you have an officer attesting to that and being willing to go to court to testify to that. But it's not so strong as convictions, which, as we all know, can take a long time.
Thank you. Councilor Johnson.
Thank you. I appreciate the work that you do, because I know this is tricky. There was a home close to our home that you were very careful the way that you responded. You did your due diligence to make sure that you weren't overreaching. And in the end, you did make a difference, and you got the problem resolved. I know it's not easy. I appreciate that you'll take out composting. that seems to make sense to me too. To Councilor Beata's point on the 3 zoning violations, because I know you, I know that you do use discretion, and I appreciate that, and I don't see that the people that are here tonight talking to us and working through this are going to be a problem down the future. For me, the issue is that the current environment, and it's national, towards government in general, is very suspicious. And just giving government, if you will, the power to act on something that we all understand probably isn't going to happen in our city at any point with the current actors. But giving people that power is a real, it's a slippery slope. I'm not sure how to resolve it. Chief, you mentioned increasing the zoning violations maybe to 5. I don't know what the answer is necessarily, but I think that's the way the perception is politically, actually, and in the within our constituents, is you've given people so much power to act. Please talk to me about that and help me feel a bit more comfortable with it.
Sure, Councilor Johnson. You know, we have the power to issue a summons. That's what this is. Law enforcement in our community, we also have the power to make arrests and incarcerate people. We have a sworn oath to uphold that, we protect the laws and the Constitution of the state of Colorado and the United States and the ordinances and the charter of the city of Lakewood. So we already have that authority, but there's a checks and balances. Just because we arrest somebody based on probable cause, there's the judicial part of that, of the process where it's a judge and a jury who make the final determination. So there's checks and balances. I don't know how to, again, I don't know how to tell you that I don't have the resources to start charging everybody with public nuisances. This is just a tool that we have. If just like I don't have the resources to charge write speeding tickets to somebody who's going 2 miles an hour over the speed limit. This is just a tool we have, and there's due process. There's a municipal court that will hear these cases, and we're held in check by the laws in the municipal court. So this is no different than anything we do on a daily basis.
I really appreciate the year look back. We just have to make sure that happens, and perhaps at that time you can tell us how this has been applied, how many times it's been applied, and the circumstances, if we could do that.
Sure, and I would just say again, this is council driven. You were receiving complaints from your constituents, and you asked us to come up with some tools, and this is at your request that we are doing this, trying this. If that is not something that's palatable to you, then we can take it out, but then when, again, I've talked with most of you and have felt your frustrations regarding these. So this is just, if you don't want this in there, we'll be glad to take it out. It's not something that, that it's not a hill that I want to die on. If you're not comfortable with it, we'll take it out. But I would just caution you that when you see these properties that you all have in your wards, that you understand that we have certain limitations.
I appreciate that. And in the times that you've worked with me, I know that you're very reluctant to have any kind of overreach. Thank you.
Okay, so I have Mayor Pro Tem Abel, I have Councilor Gutwein, I have Councilor Beata, Councilor Franks, and then back to Councilor Skilling maybe for his potential. Okay. Hope you feel better, bro.
We absolutely need this, Chief. especially the part about the nuisance housing where police come out 2 or 3 times a week and arrest different folks and other folks who are just as concerning move into the house. And we do need a method by which we can address such things as the rat house we had last year before last, I guess it was. My concern is not the number of violations, but the degree of the violation. My neighbor might irritate me if the weeds are too high, but then he might call that grazing pasture. So I think that we could craft the language a little bit better. I agree that maybe we don't need to include compost in this, but I think we could, as far as the offenses go and what constitutes a nuisance, I think we could probably come up with some pretty good language to replace that on the fly tonight. Sitting just to your left there, we have a pretty good legal mind who knows how to craft these words, and you can't duck out of it, Mr. Cox. I would suggest we take a quick break, see how we can retool this to make it all work well, and then take care of it tonight. But we do need the tool. We just need a few tweaks. That would be my suggestion.
Mr. Cox?
Councilor or Mayor Pro Tem, I'd be happy to help you work on that. And I hear you saying you're not concerned about changing the number, at least from your perspective. Do you have a sense for what you think are the violations that rise to that level? Are they necessarily zoning violations? Are they other kinds of violations?
It's the violations that put the public peace at risk, the neighborhood security. It's not the guy with the weeds. I mean, you know, we all have to deal with them, but sometimes my neighbors have to deal with me till I can get around to cutting the what's growing in the corral. But I just think those things should be taken out of the realm of public nuisance, and you know, as I say, it's the degree, not the number. Yeah. So it is those things, as Mr. Beta pointed out, that are serious crimes that instead of just a code violation on weed height or the number of cars you have in your driveway or whether the car is parked on the lot. Mm-hmm. It's those folks where we have to make call after call after call, and you know, it puts our officers in a bad position as well. So it's the nuisance, the nuisances that threaten the public peace and safety that I'm worried about. So,
okay,
there you go.
We can work with that.
Okay. Councilor Gutwein?
I actually completely agree with Councilor Abel, and I agree that for me, and you know, I think that what you're hearing is that many of us have had long and in-depth conversations with you, and we've built sort of a level of trust to know that we're not talking about the weeds. We're talking about issues that pose a serious health and safety risk to the surrounding community. And so I think that adding that language in there does address the concern that, okay, we all have trust, we have you, we know that that's the case now, but that could change over time. So I agree. I think that if we can get some language that just includes that these are violations that pose a significant health and safety risk to the community. So I would like to see that, and I think that we should just remove the language, the language changes to the composting. So I agree.
Councilor Beta?
Excuse me, I hit the wrong button. Thank you, Mayor. I think we're on the right track. I think you're getting to the point now. It's not about the number of violations; it's the type and the seriousness, and it is about the safety of the public. And so let me give you an example. If we've got a code violation where someone has problems with their connection to the sewage system and they got raw sewage pumping out on their front yard, you bet that's a public nuisance, and we gotta get on that right now, no question. Or we've got a violation where someone has tampered with their electrical system, and it's come to our attention that this is a fire hazard, and this thing could turn into a smokehouse real quick, and that endangers not only that house but everybody else in the neighborhood. Yeah, that's the kind of violation we want to address right now. Absolutely. But that's totally different than what we're talking about, a weed violation or a compost violation. And that's what I'm looking for, is a way to distinguish between those. And I would suggest we just take that paragraph out tonight so that we can pass the rest of this, move it on, and then come back at a later time with an amendment. Well, just let me finish with an amendment, come back at a later time. So we've got the law in place that we need, which is 98% exactly what we need. Take out the provision that is problematic for us, come back in a month or two or whatever, and bring an amendment to us to the ordinance which addresses this particular issue. And I'm not sure of the answer. Do we just use some general language? That again is problematic. I grant you, as an attorney, it's problematic. How do you advise a client if the language is too broad as to what's going to be illegal and what's not? What's going to kick in the drastic consequences of this law and what are not. So it's going to have to be specific, and I don't know if you just list them, list them on our ordinances or what. I mean, I guess that's the question the lawyers are going to have to deal with. But I think that's an easy way to do it. Just omit this for now. Let's get the rest of the darn thing passed, which is, like I say, 98%. I'm on board with, and then come back in some point down the road in a month or two with an amendment and add it on there and be done. Make it simple, and instead of trying to craft language tonight, I really think that's bad policy for us to be trying to craft policy on the fly on the dais. So that would be my suggestion, but I think you're getting the idea.
Mr. Mayor, what we would like to recommend from staff is that we delay this to a date certain so that we have time to watch the tape, make sure we're addressing all of the issues so that we're not having to patch this up on the fly, like you said, and we'll schedule it for January 13th, which is our next regular meeting. If that's suitable for you, that gives us time to really talk through this. We want to make sure we're not missing anything. And if a part of this is adjusted, what does that have to do with another part? So just to make sure that it's as comprehensive as possible. That's only a month, and it gives us time to really reflect what your concerns are and with some modifications. I would ask you, though, that when this comes to you 10 days in advance, that you really scour this and make sure that we can get to some kind of resolution on the 13th. And if you have questions or elements that you're just really uncomfortable with, please let us know in advance so that we can have the time to make those adjustments and bring them to you on the 13th. If that's amenable to you, staff is recommending that we delay it a month. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson. I appreciate that. And I guess that begs another question, and that's to your secondary point of this has been before us via study session, via first reading. And so how do we make sure as a body that we're better prepared for these sort of things going forward? And we can have that discussion some other time, but it is second reading, and here we are again kicking something another month from now. So, but I do welcome that, and I think good policy is important. And if we can get to that by delay, that's great, but also for our own processes with the agendas that we have and the amount of work that we want to do, how do we make sure that we're better prepared going forward also?
And I can also tell you, I was looking at the calendar on the 13th, and you have 2 second readings. One is the census outreach grant, so that'll be pretty light, and the other one is property exchange with RTD, which won't be as light, but I think this doesn't propose a meeting till 2 in the morning. I think we can do it.
Councilor Franks.
Thanks, Mayor Paul. Wanted to certainly echo what Chief McCaskey has said. They need tools. Some of these things may seem low level, but they are progressive and sometimes go on for decades. And I think that we also owe the community some tools to where problem properties, we may see a weed thing not being an issue, but if you're next door to it and it's been going on for 10 years, you probably don't see it through that same light. So I think that we also need to be cognizant of the amount of resources that these calls take up, and if they just continue to go on. So I think we need to be sensitive to the resource issue. To Councilor Springsteen, I wanted to make sure that you were aware that the historic zoning codes and all of that, there's a bunch of that online, so you can kind of compare and contrast. I appreciate the offer to remove the composting one, but what I want to say is that I think it needs to be that we then get a report 1 year out from adoption to show how many complaints have come in for composting. I think before we get to that point, that we can have, and I'd be willing to be a part author on this, an educational page on our website under the sustainability area, so people know what good practices look like and they know the various types of composting you can do. I think that we also would want to maybe put something in the Looking at Lakewood. We could have that in the spring and the summer edition. There's great ways to do it where no one even knows you're doing it. So if you're a good beekeeper, people don't complain. If you're a good composter, people don't complain. I think that also from council, what we may want to look at is we've had the community outreach about maybe expanding quail. I know nobody, but if that was able to receive household waste, vegetable waste, and also the yard and slash program. Those are budgetary things that we need to consider. So I wanted to throw all those out there. I appreciate the removal, but I think that there may be an appropriateness to come back in. If you see that there are issues, then you're going to be able to see, is it how close they are to the fence? Is it what they're putting in the compost thing? Is it that they're never, you'd be able to tell us what the underlying issues are that you would want to be able to regulate. So just wanted to get that out very quickly. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Gutwein.
Counselor, I've learned more about composting in the last 45 minutes than I have in my entire career. So
we know manure.
Thank you. I would just like to echo on behalf of many neighbors in Ward 5 that have been dealing with some pretty substantial issues. And this has been a very long process. We have had multiple in-depth presentations about this. So I think that I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't say, that this is a little bit frustrating to be sitting here at this point and raising a quite significant issue now that really should have been raised earlier. We have neighbors that I get texts from daily that have a neighbor who is frankly going to the bathroom in her front yard. So, these are serious issues, and we have been telling them that we're going to address this, and here we are. This is second reading, and now we're not. So I think that's shame on us, frankly. I'm just going to say that. And I would like to, I appreciate the offer that we're going to get a date certain. We've come this far. Of course, if that's what it takes to get finalize this language so that it reflects the severity of the issue. I'm okay with that. I'm not going to go against the staff recommendation and say that we need to pass it tonight and come up with a bad policy, but I'm certainly frustrated on behalf of people who have been looking for this to get done. So I'd like to ask that if you do have any other issues Please read your packet and please address them, ask questions. I know that our staff is more than willing to do that ahead of time and has had long conversations with me about this. So please do so ahead of time so that we can get this finished. Thank you.
So on something like this, potentially you could pass in January as an emergency pertaining to health, safety, and welfare, which would expedite it going into law. Or is that a stretch?
We're sparingly use emergency ordinances, as you well know. And if the emergency is necessary because of circumstances out of the council's control, something that's going to happen on a date certain, and we need to get it in place before then, that's easier to justify than, well, we had one more thing to fix in the ordinance.
Appreciate that. Okay, so let me go to Councilor Skilling because I want to make sure that we talk about everything, and then Councilor LeBeer, and then Councilor Beta, your light's on as well.
I think just my 2 cents on it. I also appreciate staff's offer, although that could create more work for staff over the next month, because rest assured that likely when we come back a month from now, we will have another conversation. Seems to me that the issue is removing the compost language. Everyone, including the chief, seems to be agreeable to that. And then there was an idea of, on letter F, the zoning related offenses, if we added in the language that it was related to public health and safety, I think that solves everyone's issues, I think. I don't think that's an insurmountable hurdle tonight. So I will leave that if that's amenable to Councilor Beta, if we want to talk about it some more, but that seemed to be where everyone was going. If we have something that addresses zoning violations, the kind of health and safety issues. So with that, that's my 2 cents on that. The other proposal that I had, and you've heard Councilor LeBeer and I and others talk about this on several occasions, including at the study session on this topic. If we added to the end of 9.80.170M, which is the final paragraph of this ordinance, and adding to the last sentence, and this is with regards to maintaining the vacated properties. And if we added something that said, it shall also be the owner's responsibility in the case of a commercial property to maintain the building facade and structure, including removal of all graffiti from the property and keeping the property clear of excessive debris and any dangerous conditions. So what that does is, in respect to commercial properties that have been vacated, we no longer have, in some cases, out-of-state owners who could care less, and this gives us some recourse to actually do something about it. And I had another comment with that section on 9.80.170L. And Mr. Cox, it says any person. Is it necessary, putting Citizens United aside, is it necessary that we say or entity in that section, in case there is an entity that owns the property? And I'm getting hyper technical, but I noted that it says person, it could say person or entity.
Yeah, person
in L,
is a defined term.
Yeah.
In the ordinance. So that would be the
we're good there. Yeah.
For my purposes, if person includes entity, then entity doesn't have to be a separate term.
Perfect.
Okay, so we'll check that.
Councilor Skilling, I appreciate that, and I thought that's actually where we were headed with a recess to work on some sort of language, and so I would submit to Ms. Hodson and her team if that's something you think is doable with those three provisions. And then council could take an opportunity to clean this up tonight and move forward.
We will sure do what you would like us to do. However, staff would really ask for the delay so that we can make sure that we're covering everything in every piece of this, especially in light of what Councilor Skilling just brought up. So in terms of the additional language. So but we will do what you ask us to do.
Councilor LeBeer.
Thank you.
I apologize. I was not feeling a little under the weather, but so I'm getting my question in late. But I just wanted to ask: is this working group that you guys are that helped develop this policy? Are you guys continuing to develop new ideas, or is this a continuing thing, or have we met at the end for now? In light of the conversation we just had, obviously.
Yes, sir. We thought we were at the end, but clearly we are not, and we're going to continue to work. And as I think Councilor Johnson mentioned, to look back on this, I think this is an evolving type ordinance, just like the lodging license. I think we need to evaluate once we come up with a final ordinance for you to look at and make a decision. And if that's passed, then we'll look at it and see the effectiveness. And again, we'll look for holes in it where, again, the rodent house caught us flat-footed. We didn't have the tools in our ordinance to deal with that. So I think as our community changes, there'll be other things that'll come into play, and we'll look at it. And it's the working group was basically the city attorney's office, police department, code enforcement, public works, and our building inspectors. And and we work together on a regular basis. So we'll continue.
And real quick, reference the delay. I want to speak to that for a minute, because I think, Councilor Gutwein, we understand your frustration just with anyone, because we've been dealing with this for years. But I will tell you that we sincerely value your trust in this group, and I want you to always feel 100% comfortable with what you're choosing to do. So if that requires us to spend some time, some hard work in these next few weeks, some phone conversations, some emails with you, when I have so many different counselors sharing similar concerns, that's enough for us to go, well, wait a minute, can we tweak this and make it more palatable? And if that's what it takes, that's worth the wait to make sure we do the right thing. And so that's why we're asking for this. So.
Well, and I would, I was asking about the working group in part because Councilor Vincent had mentioned it, and I think Councilor Abel had mentioned the boarding up houses is not really the ultimate solution we're looking for. So that's one of the questions I had, and frankly, we brought that up at the study session too. What are what's the next steps? How do we move beyond that? So I think that should somehow be a part of the discussion. And then also, we didn't talk a whole lot about it tonight, but commercial property maintenance codes. That's something as a body, we've been talking about that for a year. So I think there's been some interest in getting something in that realm done as well. And that's not necessarily, what I'm hearing now is it's not necessarily your group that's focused on that. We should be talking more with Public Works and other groups. But for us, I mean, we've talked about it in our planning session, we talked about it in committee, we talked about it at a study session here, and then, we don't have really anything in front of us like that. So we're trying to figure out, I think as a body too, we're trying to figure out how those things that we're trying to do end up in some sort of process where we can review that and make a decision on it, whether we want to do it or not. So that's not really a question, just more of a comment about process, because I think obviously there's some holes in how we do things as a body as well. Thanks.
I know we've talked about the commercial property residential maintenance codes before. I know we've had some brief conversations. I don't have opinions either way on the effectiveness of those. I know they're very labor intensive, resource intensive to manage, and then I also know there are a lot of property rights concerns, constitutional issues with those with our constituents. So that would be a heavy lift, and probably not. I'm not sure where that would lie, whether it would be in our building, public works. That's more of an area there than in the police department.
I appreciate that. And just as a refresher for council and anybody listening, we did try to narrow those down to some pretty small bite-sized issues. I think we ended up talking about parking lots and facades and paint. I think there was about 5 things I think in there. And then when I was just kind of doing some tertiary looks around the metro area, I did notice a lot of communities have those ordinances as well. Now granted, obviously discretion also plays into that too. So I think, enforcement and staffing levels and all that. Obviously, it depends on, how you really utilize that discretion. But just a quick look around the metro area. Just Googling while I was sitting up here, I found Thornton, Littleton, Commerce City, Lone Tree, Fort Collins, Arvada, Wheat Ridge, Loveland, Centennial Boulder, Federal Heights, Parker, and Brighton all have the full 60-page, property maintenance codes. So I think what we're looking for is a smaller, bite-sized version that's 4 or 5 items more related to commercial, because I think that's where a lot of the problem areas are. But I appreciate what you're doing about the nuisance ordinance, aside from this building code element, because obviously the stuff that you're talking about, whether it's, prostitution, the other stuff like that, is obviously a lot more immediate and prevalent. And so we do want to get those taken care of soon. So appreciate all your work on that. Thanks.
Councilor Bida.
Thank you. I just want to say real quick, first of all, Sergeant, thank you for your comments, and I agree with you 100%. And as far as our process goes, you have to understand that, at least for me and many of us on the dais here, the first time we've seen this ordinance was when it was posted here a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. That's the first time I've seen the ordinance. And so we have to go through it, and this is not just a couple of pages. This is a very complex document here that involves a lot of changes, a lot of things, and so we need a little time to digest that. And I'm sorry if some of my co-counselors feel that it's unreasonable or unfair for us to bring this up, the issues that we have at late date. If you can tell me when would be a better time, I'd be more than happy to accommodate that. You want to do it at first reading? We can go through this process at first reading. I don't think that's where you want it. The only other place that I can see is here, second reading. That's what it's for. Hear the public comment, deal with the issues, and decide, are we going to pass it or not, or are we going to have to make modifications to tweak it before we go forward. I mean, we're being asked to pass the law of the land here. That's going to be a lot of people, it's going to affect people, and some people adversely, and this is a very, very serious matter, and so I'm sorry if we have to take a little time to do it right. But I don't see any way that we could have accelerated this. I had no communications with any of your team as far as what the specifics of this ordinance was going to look like until it came out. So I think this should be expected, that there's going to be some discussion, maybe some objections, and maybe some changes. I don't know when else we can do it other than the way we did it today. So that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Councilor Gutwein.
Just to be clear, we did have this full ordinance at the study session, which was, I don't recall the date, but it was multiple months ago, and the full ordinance was in that study session, and we actually did discuss this full ordinance for several hours. We do take public comment during our study sessions.
We're not going to have dialogue in the gallery. Okay, so we have basically two ways to move forward. We have the opportunity to take a recess and work through language, or the opportunity to postpone to a date certain of January 13th. Councilor Gutwein?
I'd like to follow the staff recommendation and move forward to a date certain and address the concern raised tonight. Thank you.
Councilor Skilling?
Join with that.
Yeah, there's a consensus, but we'll have to take a formal vote too. Yeah, so I'll ask the Mayor Pro Tem to.
Mayor, can I ask for clarification? No, we're going to take out the composting. We're going to look at something to do with the section about violations of the zoning code. Do you want us to look at Councilor Skilling's request as well for commercial properties, or is that something that you would prefer, as Councilor LeBure talked about, maybe a property maintenance code?
Well, I think if it's a solution that fits in these brackets, I would say we would add that to this and take that opportunity. I would defer to legal on that. Councilor Skilling, go ahead.
This is a very limited, Councilor LeBure and I, he's right. I mean, in committee, we've talked about this a lot, property maintenance codes. We did look at, the 60 pages or however long it is. We decided that's not a real useful document for the way we do business here. But we do in the future, and we both share the frustration we would like to have, as with all of the things we'd like to do, have it done. But with this is very limited to just the vacated or abandoned commercial buildings. What happens when you've boarded it up or what have you, and this place is just falling into disrepair? This gives you the tools, because we're just talking about if it's the graffiti, dangerous conditions, excessive debris. It just gives you that tool. This isn't the full-blown residential maintenance. It's just, it fits perfectly in with subsections L and M. So
that bring clarity.
Yeah, I think it does, Mr. Mayor. I think our point and the chief's point was that if we go much farther in that direction towards regulating property maintenance, we ought to do it through the established codes, the 60 pages that you've looked at. What you proposed is a very limited encroachment into that direction, and I think it could fit in with what we have in the location that you've identified without it becoming an entire philosophical discussion about property maintenance. So I think we can make that as one of the changes for the 13th of January.
Councilor Harrison.
I would just want to add to that, and that would be is if you find in your research that this is going to take us down a rabbit hole that we aren't prepared for, I really want to see this ordinance pass January 13th. I'm not ready to delay it for that. I don't want to put that on the back burner and never talk about commercial property, because I think that's another issue that we've got. But if there's ramifications that we can't see right now, man, I want to see the ordinance as we've got it right now headed to implementation before we do that. So if that helps when you're, and I see a lot of heads bouncing up and down up here, so thank you.
Can I add to that? How about if we look at that, and if for some reason it doesn't fit in this context, when we come back on the 13th, we will have a plan forward for addressing that. So whether it's in this or in something in the future, we will make sure that there is a plan so it doesn't just go into the ether as maybe it has in the past.
Councilor Johnson.
Thank you. I agree with our city manager. I'm not real comfortable with having commercial property in two different sections. I think it should be all in one section, and if it's going to be that extensive, this might not be the right venue for it. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll take a shot at it. I move to postpone to a date certain of January 13th, 2019, consideration of, 2020, isn't it? To a date certain of January 13th, 2020, for consideration of ordinance 0-2019-40 on second and final reading.
Second.
Please. Mr. Cox.
I think we generally prefer using the term continue. With that one minor change, I think
to continue to a date certain of January 13th, 2020. Consideration of ordinance 0-2019-40.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you all very much. There's a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That passes 11 ayes, 0 nays. Thank you, council, for your discussion, and staff for your work on this and your recommendation as well. The clerk, please read item 17.
Item 17, Ordinance O-2019-41, authorizing a supplemental appropriation to the 2019 annual budget in the amount of $80,000 and authorizing the expenditure of grant funds from Community First Foundation for the payment of treatment services associated with the implementation of the municipal opioid Streamline to Treatment MOST program.
Thank you. I'll now open the public hearing on ordinance 2019-41, and I'll invite our court administrator, Mr. Scott Hefty, and Ms. Jennifer Zublik, our chief probation officer, to come on down. Greetings.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, council. My name is Scott Hefty. I'm the court administrator with the Lakewood Municipal Court, which you've heard a lot about recently. And then the chief probation officer, Jennifer Zublik, who authored the MOST grant, and I thought that she'd probably be the most appropriate person to give a very short presentation on some of the background and information on that program.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. This grant opportunity came to the Probation Department via Community Resources after numerous months, almost a year's worth of conversations discussing barriers that our probation clients were having in regards to access to treatment. Access to treatment barriers mainly due to the amount of time it gets into treatment, the funding for treatment, as well as transportation to treatment. So Community First Foundation had a grant that they were trying to expedite the process for substance abuse and mental health treatment. So we felt that that was perfect for us to apply for. We did. We requested an amount of $80,000 to address this issue that is not only citywide, countywide, statewide, and nationwide. This is a small piece of the continuum of services that are offered within our county. Very small piece, $80,000 for up to 30 clients on probation. But what this will do and how it'll benefit this city is we will be able to actually sentence a client if they've entered a guilty plea on the same day. And within 7 days, we'll have access to an intake as well as a treatment plan for that person. So at that moment, when we have a client in our office saying, I want help and I'm willing to get help, we can actually get them help. Instead of saying, wait 30 days, let's sentence you, and then start to apply for Medicaid. So this is a way for us to actually access treatment as soon as possible when we have the motivation there with our clients. That's all I have.
All right, well done. Well done. So I'm going to now open public comment. Nobody's signed up to speak, so I'll close public comment. And I'll ask Mayor Pro Tem for a motion.
I move for adoption of ordinance O-2019-41 on second and final reading.
Second.
All right, there's a motion, a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Well done. 11 ayes, 0 nays. Had to wait all night for that, but thank you. It's actually very, very important for our community. We appreciate you taking the lead. Okay, we'll move into general business. Councilor LeBeer, you are first up.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. So in 2019, Colorado legislative session, the state legislature got rid of a statewide provision that preempted local governments from establishing a minimum wage within their individual jurisdictions. One of the arguments was that each jurisdiction had particular needs that necessitated particular laws to assist with addressing those needs. For example, housing costs in Lakewood or Denver are particularly higher, for example, than a place like Lyman or Alamosa. In fact, Lakewood's median housing price is about $420,000, according to market research right now. In Alamosa, it's closer to $219,000. This is part of the reason why I think, it's worth looking at a potential ordinance that pertains to Lakewood. But another reason I think we should be taking a look at this, frankly, is because Denver took action on this law. And in January, a minimum wage worker in Denver will make $4,000 more than a Lakewood worker. I think we should be concerned about that because Lakewood businesses, I think, could be challenged to keep staff when their workers are looking across the street to Denver and what those workers are getting paid. Now, granted, I know we all have our own stories and perspectives and philosophical views on this, but I really narrowed this discussion, or at least attempted to narrow the discussion to requesting tonight, at least, to ask our to ask our city attorney's office to review the state law and provide the council with information about how the law works, important dates that might be relevant, or other legal information that the city attorney finds to be relevant on this issue. Two, to have our economic development team just provide some basic relevant economic data. You know, how many minimum wage workers do we have here in Lakewood? Is this a major problem? Feedback from any businesses, business associations, or labor groups that might want to weigh in on the issue. And then one of the ways I thought we'd approach it, frankly, is just request that information, get that information back to council, and then just take a look at this at our planning session in 2020. So that's my suggestion. I hope it's hope you all consider that, and I appreciate you taking the time to think about this. I know this is a challenging issue in a lot of ways, but I think it's worth us at least having a discussion about. So thanks.
Thank you. And so again, your recommendation would be to have a more in-depth conversation at the planning retreat. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Abel?
I would support that idea. There's all sorts of information out there, some of it contradictory, and I would like just a really good look at what the facts really are. You can read some accounts that say jobs disappear and hours are cut, and then you look at other accounts that say no. It seems to work on for both the employee and the employer. I'd also like to have some information on the flip. If someone's salary or earnings go up, then they lose access to certain benefits. And I'd like to see what effect that might be and at what point that might strike. I know when the minimum wage went up in Colorado to $11.10 an hour, folks who make that no longer qualified for housing vouchers, I believe, or Section 8. So there can be effects. I'm told there are ways to avoid it, but I'd like a good picture of that because I don't want the safety net to be pulled out from under anyone. Thank you. And I am for it, for the study session.
Councilor Bida?
Thank you, Mayor. As I understand it, we're not asking for a study session. We're asking to discuss this, kick it over to discuss it at our planning session. Okay. And I think if we're going to do that, one of the things I would like to get information on is how the fact that Denver has passed this ordinance now, this minimum wage, how's that going to affect Lakewood? Because that is going to have an impact on us. Is it going to be positive or negative? I don't know. But I think, you know, it's like sleeping next to an elephant. Whatever they do, it affects us, whether we like it or not. And so I think we need to know that information. I think.
Well said. I think there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of stakeholders involved, including the state legislature. It's my understanding as far as reimbursements, and there's some federal issues too. When you talk to our medical providers, those reimbursements aren't covering the cost of the minimum wage increases as well. So it's really complicated, and I think there could be a lot to learn. And I know we all have different interests in this, and so what's the best way? And I guess I would also ask, how much research, direction are we going to give staff before our study session to come prepared, or are we just going to further this and give direction at that point too? I think we need to get clarification on that this evening as well. Councilor Gutwein.
Thank you. Is having an initial discussion on this at our planning retreat feasible from staff perspective in terms of having initial research?
Thank you. I was just wondering that myself in terms of staff resources and the work to be completed. The city attorney can speak to the part about reviewing state law. I would really need to understand what exactly you'd be expecting from the economic development staff as it relates to economic data and also feedback from small businesses. That would encompass an enormous amount of meetings and surveying, and I don't believe we can have that by February 1st. I just don't know that we would have it if you want it to be really solid information. So I suspect we won't have it by February 1st, and in fact, we'd have to stop what they're doing now and really do all hands on deck to get this work done, because that's a pretty short time frame. The other issue I would just like to bring up is the planning efforts are underway for our planning session, and I would ask Councilor Skillen and Councilor Franks to speak to what the initial plans are for that, and it doesn't entail a really deep dive on any one particular topic. It's more what are your priorities as it relates to policy in the upcoming year. So maybe one of the two counselors can help with that. This could definitely be, if it turns out to be a priority for you, this could be something that we would address at a study session and really have a deep dive in terms of the information that's requested.
Thank you. I absolutely think that for many of the reasons mentioned above, and also as Councilor Bita mentioned, Denver did just pass this and we will be impacted, and I think it's prudent for all of us to kind of have a feel for what we're going to be looking at. So I would like to begin these conversations. I think we've seen more and more of our community facing challenges as the cost of living goes up. So I would like to begin this conversation. I think it's going to be a long-term conversation in our community. So whether this is at the retreat or a future study session, I'm open to that. I just want to make sure that we have time and a clear direction of what we're looking for, and that it's achievable in the timeline.
Councilor Johnson.
Thank you. Well, one thing that I've learned in public policy over the last several years is that you don't need to be premature. Denver did just pass a minimum wage. I think we need to see how that affects them first, what questions they're going to be asking, what are the issues that they are dealing with. For instance, if you start looking at increasing your minimum wage in a city and you have a lifeguard that's making a certain amount of money and their salary is increased to a higher level, well, then their boss is going to need an increase. There's a fallout from anything that you're going to do with this. And it also might be that with Denver, the reality is it is going to create an increase in the cost for business. Maybe some of those businesses will relocate into Denver or into Lakewood. I think that this is premature for us to go forward with this until we actually have a better handle of how Denver's dealing with it and what the repercussions and the outfall is from that. And the legislation that was written in 19 was an opt-in. The way that this is written, it sounds like local minimum wage option in Lakewood and are examining the costs or benefits to our local Denver. Wait a minute. Okay, during the legislative session, the Colorado General Assembly authorized local governments to set a citywide minimum wage greater than the state constitutional wage. That's actually, I believe, factually incorrect. We have the opportunity for an opt-in. We do not have to increase our minimum wage. Our minimum wage is going to go up with the state directive, and this actually sounds a little different than what the real legislation was to indicate, Jacob.
I think that's probably accurate, and that's part of the reason why I'm asking for more information on it, and that way we can get our attorney to review it and have a good sense of what it means, how it would impact us, that, you know, that sort of thing. So I agree that there's a lot of unknown questions.
Thank you, but I still think it's too premature for us to start getting into this. Let's wait and see what happens with Denver first.
Councilor Franks.
Thanks, Mayor Paul. I did want to speak to every year we have a planning of the annual planning. And so Councilor Skilling and I are working with Ms. Hodson on that. And it's important for folks to understand that the planning session is not set up for any kind of a deep dive. We have a lot of very weighty issues that people may be bringing forward as priorities. That could be everything from homelessness to affordable housing to sustainability. There's a lot of those. And so Councilor Skilling and I are working on a process that will allow us to be very laser focused on the policy. Obviously, the work that the council does is policy related. And then how do we kind of subdivide that up? So we'll be bringing some things forward to you all for that. But I don't think that, since we don't know if this will come out of that session as being one of the priorities based on all of that, I think it's probably a premature ask. Certainly may come out of that it is a priority. But to refocus staff resources now when we have a lot of other things in the hopper, certainly that is an issue for us. And so we're going to try to get together a repeatable process that helps us deal with planning inputs, and then throughout the year, how do we deal with things that come up and where do we put them? Are there quick wins? Are there legislative things that require research? Are there tours we need to take? So we're taking a very holistic look at this and hope to bring a kind of an exciting structure and some changes to you all. But for me, while I think it's an important topic and we do need to discuss it at some point, I do think it's premature since we don't know what the priorities will be.
Councilor Skilling.
Councilor Frank said it well. That's exactly what we're up to. I think to Councilor LeBeer's point, though, to have, I think the planning session is the appropriate place to have this, because there's no sense in scheduling a study session in 2020 that would usurp what our priorities would be. So I think, but to Councilor LeBeer's point, I think what he's asking for is just some introductory information so that everyone knows what the issues are, and if that's legal, if that's even a one-page write-up, or here's some more research places, and from economic development. This isn't the first time municipalities have had this discussion. So maybe they can do not the deep dive, not the pulling people off of existing projects, but I think he just wants to get some information, and that way we can be informed at the planning session whether or not it will be a priority. Because it will be as I've told him, an extremely, it will be a large lift. And to your point, Ms. Hodson, I think just to do the surveys of businesses is going to be in itself a pretty big undertaking. So I think, and I won't put words in his mouth, but I think that's what he's just looking for. If we can get something just cursory so that can be put out, and so that when we have the discussion at the planning session, we're all talking about the same information.
So essentially, I think with that summary, I'm going to speak a little bit for Councilor LeBeer just because we had this talk earlier. But really what you're seeking is, to Councilor Skilling's point, probably could get it from CML. What does that look like? What can be enacted? What is the state schedule? The state schedule is, I think, within the next 10 years to go up a certain amount. And I don't think you can go beyond a certain amount as a local home rule. There's thresholds that need to be met or that you can't exceed. The second part would be, how many minimum wage workers do we estimate are in the city of Colorado or the city of Lakewood? And I'm not sure if that would be super time intensive. I mean, we certainly know that there's thousands of small businesses but I don't know how much work that would be to get us some estimate of how many employers this would affect on a high level.
From my perspective only, this would be quite an undertaking and it would be a significant initiative. So this is the kind of thing that should be addressed at your planning session. Is this a topic that you want to see some real focus on over the year? I anticipate numerous public meetings and workshops with our business community to make sure people understand what's a potential change. Having said that, we're going to have probably, let's say, 3 priorities from every council person that you'll bring to this planning session. So that potentially could be 33 initiatives that we hear. So are you expecting then that staff does preliminary work on every one of these requests, and then you narrow that down? Or what we've done in the past is when you have a big initiative, you bring them up and there hasn't been any groundwork done yet, and you decide what your top 3 or top 5 are, and then we go and spend the time and the resources to do that groundwork. So I'm just cautioning you that I don't believe we'll be able to spend the time on every person's individual initiative in advance of the planning session. Staff just does not have the capacity to do that.
Certainly, and I don't think there's any expectation that is what the request is. The request came via council request, which is our normal process. And the idea of to have a simple summary of what the law means to, if we're going to have any discussion, to even know what we're discussing, and to say this is going to affect 20,000 workers, 10,000 businesses. I mean, we have pretty good business data, or maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I mean, I don't think there's any ask for staff to go and spend hours upon hours, but if there's low hanging information that can just help us in the conversation, is that something that's available or can be?
Yeah, that's a conversation that I need to have with our economic development staff. I'm just asking simply, is this a precedence? Is there going to be an expectation that all of the initiatives you're interested in that you'll be queried on once there's a form that goes out for you? Is there an expectation that staff does some groundwork? That I'm just asking that so that so I can have a sense for what that expectation of staff resources will be. This comes from a pretty extended conversation that our planning group had today, and I just want to make sure that everyone is given the same amount of all the initiatives are getting the same attention.
Mayor Pro Tem Abel.
If I remember correctly, our housing study provided a lot of information on types of jobs, including minimum wage jobs in the city of Lakewood, because we needed to know about the diversity of housing needs. So couldn't we draw from that for a flash estimate of how many and what industries?
Councilor Vincent.
Councilor LeBure and I have had this discussion too, and I asked if that wanted to be one of his initiatives that he brought forward at the planning session. If we do, I think to address staff's or Ms. Hodson's question, is if we do this for Councilor LeBure, then we as a council have to say, no, whatever I want to bring up, I'm not going to ask you for a white paper or some sort of information, because that's what happens. We do it for one, and then everybody else says, well, this counselor got all this information so they can make the point at our meeting. And then I may have something that's just as important. In fact, I brought up something at the last planning meeting 4 times and have never gotten any traction because I had no information. So it's not just you, it would be all of us, Counselor. So I hope that makes sense, what I'm saying. So thank you.
I appreciate all the concerns about slippery slopes, but to be fair, I mean, all these other issues we know about on some level. Special improvement districts we've talked about in the last session. You know, infrastructure, we kind of know a lot of the infrastructure needs. Sidewalks, we've had study sessions on. You know, we've had research on every type of issue. We spent several hours talking about nuisance ordinances today, and you know, so this I'm just asking for because it's foreign. This is a space that we no longer. This is a new space for the city. It's going to have. There's been some changes across the street. It's going to have some impacts to us, and the question is anybody thinking about it? I don't really need detailed. Here's the business we've identified. They have X number of employees. I don't need that. What I need is, here's some of our concerns, big picture. You know, we think it could be problematic. We don't think it's going to be problematic. We've looked at other communities, or we haven't looked at other communities. We can look at other, you know, just where we're at, sort of the state of the issue. Because then, you know, ED maybe could come back and say, you know what, we don't have a whole lot of information on this. But if this is your priority, we're happy to go research it. Similarly, the legal review. I mean, the legal review is, you know, I mean, I could probably just read what Denver had, but I wanted the council as a whole to see this issue because it's new and it's coming. So, you know, I understand the concerns about slippery slopes, but I think, you know, I mean, at some point we have to exercise some caution whenever, you know, we think there's a lot of issues coming up. I think there's that. And then the other thing is, I mean, we haven't seen 33 requests yet. I would say there's a problem if we've seen 10 or 5, you know, this is one. And I think a lot of the other issues we're going to be talking about, affordability, all that other stuff, we've had studies, we've hired consultants, we've chatted about it, we've had committees on it. So I think, you know, I think there's plenty of opportunities to say we have some good knowledge on those other issues. That's just my thought. But, you know, certainly roll with the council. So thanks.
Councilor Harrison.
I guess maybe a mid-road that we could try is if we could all get the link to both the state law that was passed not too long ago, plus a link to the law, the actual law itself, and then also a link to the Denver's law, statute. Yes, thank you. So that we could at least have that information prior to our planning retreat. That would probably give us a baseline of information we could all read, I hope. And that way we could at least come into a planning retreat with some knowledge, and it takes the analysis kind of off staff at this particular point in time. That way we all come in with some common knowledge. What do you think?
They're both readily available. I mean, we can just go to Denver's website in the state of Colorado and look at them both. I don't think staff needs to do that.
And that would be something we can easily link to everybody. That isn't what I heard initially about the type of work that needed to be done. I heard, Councilor LeBure, that you asked about getting feedback from small businesses and having ED provide a relevant economic data. So that felt bigger than how it was just described, and that's a pretty easy thing for us to link that out and to make sure everybody can see what the status is. So if you're agreeable to that, that's easy.
Okay. I have Councilor Johnson and Councilor Franks.
Well, again, I would just like to say one of the biggest lessons I learned in public policy is that just because another city jumps into something doesn't mean that you're right behind them. We need to see how this plays itself out with Denver. And as I put on my city hat, my interest is how this is going to affect Lakewood. And Yes, it's going to affect our businesses. There's going to be a lot groundwork that's going to need to be done at some point. But let's wait and see what happens in Denver. Businesses may flee. And I'd like to remind everybody that this kind of thing would likely raise salaries here in Lakewood. I don't know. And also, I'd like to remind us all that our revenues have been dropping. And for us to be jumping into an arena where we might be needing to increase salaries at the same time that our revenues are dropping seems ill-advised to me at this point. It's this premature, but I like the idea of all us having a link to what the state statute actually says, because again, what this conveys on your ask is inaccurate. That's all I have to say.
Councilor Franks.
Thanks, Mayor Paul. I guess as being part of the annual planning, I just want to encourage everybody. I mean, we're all going to be lobbying for things that are really important to us. And so if you feel like you want to ensure that counselors come well prepared, I think it's incumbent on us. If I know I've got topic A and I want to make sure that I'm going to find the most relevant links or articles or things. And so I would encourage us all to do that, whatever your topic to bring forward, because we only have a planning session for a day. If everybody did bring 3 individual ones, we're going to have to cull those down fairly quickly. And so I wouldn't, if you know kind of what your things are, you may want to start, like I said, find those really super relevant articles, get your email out there to all of council, BCC everybody so you don't start a discussion about it. But again, we're only going to have a day, and that is a lot of work to be done. And so we don't want folks maybe trying to educate themselves on a topic the day of. So, and we'll start sending out reminders of that as well.
Councilor Springsteen.
Yeah, just a concern I have is that I hear us saying, let's take the burden off of staff and put it on ourselves. And I think we have to be really careful about that, because we as council only have so much time. And so I want to caution whenever we do that. But that said, we've spent almost an hour talking about this issue here tonight. And I think, that represents a big chunk of our planning session. And so why can't we just say, let's go to planning and like Ms. Hodgson said, set forth what our priorities are and then work on those priorities. That seems like the best use of time to me. So thanks.
So I appreciate that. I think we've circled around and covered. I do have one concern though, just in the matter of process. This is the council process, and I'm hearing that potentially members are changing the process and it's going to be different. And the scope of the retreat planning is not to change council processes unless that's going to be the topic. So I guess I'm confused, because this is Councilor LeBeer and Councilor Johnson both have submitted requests via our protocol and our system. And I'm hearing tonight, well, let's put that on hold because we're going to change that. And that's not what the planning process is about, to plan the content of the retreat.
So the process for these RFCAs, that is our traditional process, is to have a council conversation and to see if there's a consensus vote to send it to a study session. And I think that's where the hurdle is here, because we have a planning, the comments or the recommendation came, well, let's have this work done by the planning session. And that's why I'm saying that's too compressed to have a whole lot of research done in time for the planning session. So that's what's different here. That's the difference. We happen to be kind of converging with a time frame of the planning session. Had the planning session not been imminent, eminent, looking at us in the face, we would do a consensus vote. If you have a majority, then we'd send it to study session, which is our typical practice. Because we have the planning session, though, in, what is it now, a month and a half, that's what's creating this kind of issue. And to make it even more difficult, the nature of the RFCA itself is one that would be similar to a priority that would be brought up from the planning session itself. So it's a couple of things. If you want to vote this up and turn it to a study session and kind of bypass the planning session, that's your prerogative, and we can do that. We just won't be able to have a lot of groundwork done by February 1. So that's my point. That's why this is a little bit different than your normal RFCA from my perspective.
Great. So then we'll move on to the next one, which I guess doesn't fit in our framework either because it's not asking for a study session. Councilor Johnson?
Thank you. I think if you've had the opportunity to read what my request is, it's actually pretty self-explanatory. Obviously, trash hauling is a huge issue within the constituents of Lakewood. It was on the ballot. It was not supported by the voters, but that does not mean that the city cannot play a substantial role in trash hauling. What I am asking for is to have a drop down on our city website that would list the permitted trash haulers, what their cost structure is, what any amenities that they provide, such as composting, if they have any discounts, for instance, long-term customers, seniors, HOAs, if they've had any complaints, how those complaints have been addressed. And after speaking with a few of you today, I think that there's other things that likely could be part of that drop down. On this, I actually had asked for either a study session or a workshop. This really should not take a lot of time. It might be just easier, frankly, to ask to see if staff could give us a draft of what that drop down could look like, bring it back to us, and we'll noodle on it and give the community a chance to weigh in as well of what they would like to see on the drop down. But the bottom line is that we can be part of trash hauling in a meaningful way with people. And I think that this would also help to have competitive prices and some of the silliness that we heard about. All of us were on the same block. One trash hauler would have one cost for one resident and a different cost for a different resident, with really no honest explanation for that. This would kind of help to level the playing field. It would help with transparency, education, competition. This could be part of, if you want to get a permit with the city of Lakewood, then this is information that you would need to submit to make it easier for our staff. That's all I have to say right now until I hear what you all have to say. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
There are a lot of unanswered questions after our result of our vote. And I like the idea of having these folks present their costs in a concrete way. I called last week all three of the major providers, And one company will give you a collection for $80 for every quarter. Except that they also have an administrative fee of $32. So another one calls it, they have a little bit higher, they have a $90 a month or a $90 a quarter fee, and they have an environmental fee they put on it. I said, what is that? Oh, well, that's for us to dump your trash. So I thought that was part of having your trash hauled away, that you would dispose of it somewhere. And they said, no, you're paying to have the base rate is to have it hauled away, and the environmental fee is to have it dumped somewhere. Some companies will give you 2 barrels and they'll charge you $20 to deliver the 2 barrels. Another company will give you 3 barrels, but they charge $36 a piece to deliver the barrels. They're all over the place, and they don't quite grasp, I don't think, the importance of what they're doing for us. They seem to think nothing of skipping a week. And on next door, we see they skip 2 or 3 weeks, and you can't complain to them. I was on the phone for an hour on hold just to get the rates from one of the companies. This is a public health issue. If they don't pick it up when they're supposed to, it sets out on the street and attracts predators and vermin. You put it back behind the house, the predators and the vermin come behind the house. You leave it in the garage stinks. I think we need to hold them to be more responsible and to provide better customer service. And I think we can discuss all of these things in the study session or workshop or whatever format we want to discuss. But we have a licensing ordinance for these companies, and I think we can play off of that to require better responsiveness and more transparency from these companies. There are only 3 of them. One thing I think we should consider is that the main complaint, or the largest complaint we had before the election, was people don't want to see garbage trucks on our street, on the same street every day of the week. We have 3 major companies now that provide the services. We have 5 wards. There are 5 weekdays in every week that I have ever experienced. So why not have them operate in one ward every weekday, all 3 companies, and spread it around that way? But I think we need to expect a little bit more from our providers than we're getting. Thank you.
And if you remember the early stages of the discussion before anything went to the ballot, there was a whole menu of different things that the city could do. And I think one of those was regulating days. As far as information goes, I think we might have some information on our website, but pricing, whether we would have to make them through our licensure program, potentially, if that's even legal, show their pricing. Otherwise, me as a small business, I'm not gonna potentially let that proprietary information out, right? And we all know why the different reasons are. So I wish it was this simple, and I don't think it is. And so to Mayor Pro Tem's point, probably begs a larger discussion, which would be a study session. However, we just got through discussing the fact that we're not accepting study sessions anymore on issues right now until after the planning retreat. So we can be prepared to have all this information going forward.
So the difference is between the 2 council agenda items. One's a bigger initiative, and this one is an adjustment or a conversation around something that's already there. We already have on the website a drop down, and this would be aligned with our sustainability conversation. I was just looking for our next sustainability update, and I don't know that that's scheduled, so I can't give you information in terms of when that is. So that's what I see as the difference, and maybe I'm wrong. I see the minimum wage effort as a significant initiative, and this isn't as significant, and this can easily be transferred to a study session if that's what the consensus wants to do.
Okay, Councilor Gutwein.
Thank you. I also kind of wanted to clarify or understand if some of these things would require making changes to our licensing in order to get the price structure. As an example, that would be a change to our licensing process. Is that correct?
I didn't bring the ordinance to review tonight, so I have to look at it before I
Okay,
can say.
I think it is from our conversations, but I'm not 100% sure on that either. I think, if I agree, and I think that there are a lot of things that we could do without, to address some of the concerns like the days of the week and the pricing and holding better standards. If we do move this forward, I just want to make sure it is clear to the community that we are not retaking on the trash conversation, that this is not about going to single hauler. I just want to make sure that that is very clear. That this would be a very different conversation, and this is so that's my only concern. Is I think that there's been a lot of, we all know that our community's been at odds on this one, and so if we do go into this and talk about this, I think we just have to be really respectful and crystal clear that we are not talking about doing single hauler trash. No, I know, Councilor Johnson, that's not what you were saying, but we had, for example, just someone saw that trash was on our agenda and was like, trash is on the agenda again. And so I think we just have to be aware that, this is I think I've said my point, but thank you.
And we won't be overturning the results of the ballot. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Councilor Harrison.
Guys, I'm kind of done with trash. I get what we're attempting to do is get more information out to the public, but we're down to 3 haulers. The only thing that I can say that might be possible with this is if in the licensing application process, if that is public information where it hits all the bullets, then use that as information. But I am really reluctant to put prices up because they're always subject to change. And is the city liable now if we put on our website that XYZ is going to charge you $30 a month and it turns out to be 35? Are we going to be, is it bad information? Is it a bad step? I get your idea, Councilor Johnson, but man, I don't know about you, but I'm kind of trash weary. I really, really think we're stepping off into the unknown here.
Councilor Bida.
Thank you, Mayor. It's apparent to me that from the results of the election, our folks are saying, hey, we want to continue to have a competitive trash pickup system like we have now. It's competitive, and that makes sense. I think that's what they want. But to me, the underlying assumption of competition is that everybody knows what the information is, so they can compare hauler A with hauler B and hauler C. Otherwise, you don't have competition. And if you're going to make it all a big secret, then what it really does is put the public at a disadvantage to try and come out and figure out which of these haulers is going to be the best for me. And I think all that Councilor Johnson is suggesting here is that we make that process a little easier for our citizens, and that make it a little more transparent and readily available to them. And I don't know. I mean, I just don't see why it's a big issue to say, you know, if you're gonna do trash hauling in Lakewood, you need to disclose what's your base price for a, and we're probably going to have to set a matrix to do this and make any sense of it. We'll probably have to create some sort of a matrix and say, okay, what are you going to charge for one 30-gallon barrel? What are you going to charge for two 30-gallon barrel or 60-gallon barrel? What are you going to charge for if somebody wants composting? What are you going to charge them if they want to have service at their garage as opposed to the curb? I mean, there's all kinds of different possible ways of breaking down the services here. I'm just throwing out a few, but the point is that it's not competition if the information is not available to the public, and I think that's an underlying assumption here, and I think that's all Councilor Johnson is getting at here. I don't think we should use this to get into any of the other issues. Well, what days are we going to allow them to pick up trash in which wards and which neighbor? That's a whole different conversation. We start getting into that, that's a whole different, I'm not sure this is the time to do that. This is just about disclosure and providing clear information to the public.
Councilor Skilling?
My only concern is, from what I gathered from the voters, they want us to stay out of trash. My concern, I guess, would be if we're going to do trash, I mean, we're not doing this for CenturyLink and Comcast and Dish and, you know, TV services. I think folks can, and they've figured out for a long time, part of the issue with the trash is that some people, if you call up and negotiate, you get a lower price. And that's kind of what was the weird part about it. It was somewhat of a shady industry. Not that the players are shady, but just the way that the negotiations go on, I think was one of the reasons why you'd want the city to be involved, but folks didn't want that. So be it as, I mean, I don't know, maybe staff, maybe this is a really easy thing and they can add some stuff, but I think we got a few companies and people want to know the prices they call. But, well, I don't know that they're going to give us their pricing and Lakewood's going to say, if you hire Republic, here's what you're going to pay. I think there's a lot of considerations. You live in an HOA, do they give? I think there's too much to it, and I don't know, but that's just my 2 cents.
Councilor Franks?
So to piggyback off of that, I think that Nextdoor is already starting to take care of it themselves. There's people who are collecting the pricing information and displaying it for others. So I think there are people who are self-helping their way to the finish line. One lady did an entire survey, did a matrix, and then people went back and renegotiated. So I think that we might be going after something prematurely, but I also think that all joking aside, that I do think that there's probably a larger sustainability discussion that I will be maybe putting forth in the annual planning that's for sustainability. But one thing I wanted to step back in and just really talk about real briefly is the request for council action. I think they have taken on a life of their own in that you have everything from somebody who wants to do a very brief language cleanup. Maybe there's a sentence that's unclear. And so that's a council request for action. You might have somebody who wants a minor modification. Let's talk about maybe the construction noise, where somebody says, oh, the hours we picked, we just need to pull them in an hour on each end. You have others who want to be educated on something, and so they ask for a study session. And then you have ones that are huge. They have massive financial revenue implications. They're multi-jurisdictional. You do something. So what I'm saying is that I may be bringing forth some ideas about how we can carve those things up, because this one-size-fits-all form, we're forced to kind of look at it agnostically. So I wasn't saying no to anybody. I was simply trying to look at things and saying, are these things big enough that they should, by their very nature of size, be in an annual planning discussion? Or are they small, quick wins and there's other mechanisms? So that's the lens I'm looking through. You know, it shouldn't just be that something just this big, some of these big things, and I'm not talking about anyone, but let's say I wanted to talk about homelessness and I wanted to do a study session. That's really council level enough to say, that is a wicked problem, as we know. And what are we going to do? Do we first need to be educated about that? Do we need to make a small ordinance change? But I think those are suited for the planning, and that's why I'm trying to push those big things, because not only are we all busy, but we have a staff that runs our city every day, and everything we add to it takes away from something else. So I didn't want to be disrespectful to either one of our folks who brought forth a council request for action, but that form is now being used from the littlest thing to something that might require 2 years to study. So I just want to, it's not appropriate, and we have some ideas, and so we'll be bringing those forth that maybe you all will be receptive to. So I just wanted to echo off of what Ms. Hodgson was saying, is that some of these are small breadbasket size and some of these are huge, 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 and we can't treat them the same way. At least I no longer believe we can. Thank you.
Councilor Johnson.
Well, I appreciate all of the input that I've heard and the thought that you've given to this trashy talk. That's awesome. Thank you. This is really just designed to be a mechanism for our constituents to have ease of information, to go to the city website rather than taking all the time to call. I know that Councilor Abel told me and you also mentioned that you were on hold for an hour. This shouldn't have to be complicated. It's very apparent that for this city, trash has been an important issue, and we can play a significant role as a city to try and address that. This has nothing to do with single hauler trash. Again, it's just that a way for the people to have information, to quickly access it, to find out which companies own which companies. Some of us don't even really have the time to look around to see who bought out who. I think this would be a nice way to have a listing of complaints that the city has gotten, what those complaints are if the trash isn't being picked up for 3 weeks. And, you know, I'm not trying to have proprietary information, but it does not seem unreasonable to me to have a base price and then to have what those add-ons are, to have a matrix, as Councilor Beta suggested. This is simply for education for people and to have a quick access to information, because trash is important and we can play a role. And I would just ask you to take it forward for more discussion, and then we can also get citizen input to see what they would like to see on this. Perhaps within a few years, there could even be a rating system. And that's nice that next door is taking it on, but I would like to see the city as well address this. Thank you.
Okay, so we've kind of heard all different sides, and I think folks feel differently on all different angles. I would say, though, from a pure business standpoint, and I don't think it is the city's job, although it's frustrating, I think that you're going to have to take it a little bit further with a licensure type program, because if I'm a company, I'm not going to provide you my baseline, and nor should I have to. It'd be like if we need to start telling the airlines I have to give everybody their baseline pricing, or to Councilor Skilling's point, Comcast, CenturyLink. That's not our role. And, you know, there is a lot of data out there. There is a lot of research. Jonathan presented a tremendous amount of different options and things that we could do that were quite short of where we went with the ballot. To Councilor Skilling's point, folks said no, they don't leave our trash alone. We'll figure it out. So you know, I do think that if council wants to talk more about it, I don't think it's going to be that easy of a conversation. And I don't think that, you know, it's fair to say that you just have to give us your baseline. I think that we would have to tell them via some sort of licensure that they have to give us that. And as a business owner myself, you know, it's within my prerogative to offer different rates or different specials. And am I going to have to update the city every time I offer something different? I really worry about us getting too far in, but I certainly understand the concerns. My trash wasn't picked up. I pay a lot of money for my trash. It's a 4-letter word. And I just don't know where this council, after this vote, really can find those wins.
That's something we could deal with in this study session, is to look if it's appropriate to put that up and how much should be up. That's the whole point of this, is let's have a larger discussion.
I understand that. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Again, these folks think they're beyond transparency. They don't understand the public health and safety issues of not picking trash up every week. It's well within our authority to require them to provide the service they sell us. And from what I understand is if they miss you a week, they don't return your money, they keep it. They just don't give you the service. Another problem is, you know, folks pay for recycling, and what they pay to recycle often winds up in the landfill. I don't think that's something we want to allow folks to do, to sell us a service that they provide sporadically. So I think that we need to let them know that we're watching, and that there are certain expectations they have to fulfill if they're going to operate in our city. That's what that licensure is all about. We require them to have backup bells and operate within certain hours. So we have it there that we have a vehicle there, and I think we should use it, and I think we should protect our consumers in this city and the health and safety of the city. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Hodson, do you have anything you want to weigh in on?
Well, I thought I might help kind of bring this to a point of closure, if you'd like. It seems as if there's a couple of pieces that might be helpful, and because of the initiative, or because of the ballot question, we actually have people on staff who are very well versed in all things trash, and that would be our sustainability folks. Jonathan is a wealth of information as it relates to all things trash in the city. So if indeed this group decides they want to go further with this topic, with a study session, I would definitely bring that staff in to have that conversation so that we can look at what all those options might be. I just texted the planning director, and our typical annual review of the sustainability plan is June or July. So that may be too far off for you. So we can, if that is too far off, we can talk about scheduling that sooner. But putting these together might be a really nice way to get a lot of information and to see what comes from this as well. That also allows for ample time to listen to your constituents and what is the byproduct of the ballot, the results of the ballot election. What is that byproduct, and what do people want to see, and how can we help get closer to that? I really think that it would behoove us to have the sustainability staff as a part of that conversation. So the question for me is, first, do you want to go further? So do you want to bring this to a study session? And second, do you want to align it with a conversation around the update of the sustainability plan?
So, and I might offer something else. Thank you for that. like we did previously, we're sending links about the state law and City of Denver's laws. I'm almost positive that we have all this information. It's not on Lakewood Speaks anymore or Lakewood Together, but so the licensed haulers, but the matrix that we're discussing about different options as far as pricing, regulation.
So just to say this on mic, so we do have the haulers on our website as drop down. We don't have their pricing. We don't have that now. We have the haulers and contact information, I believe. The other thing we can do right away, I mean, you can wait to have a broader conversation at a study session, or you can direct us to insert maybe a contact link. It's a contact link on each of these haulers so that people can press on the link and go to their site and find out what their prices are. Or we could, but really the point is, though, of this conversation is decide if you want to go further with a study session. I hate to come to conclusions when we don't necessarily have the advantage of some real experts, which are on staff, just not in the room.
And so I'm just asking, maybe it would help us make a more informed decision if we had what was taken down from Lakewood Speaks or Lakewood Together. There was a lot of research on that. It's not on here. Okay, so I believe that a lot of this information we're asking about was presented in that as to what we can do and what we can't do. That's what I'm saying. That would be a good refresher for council to look at that and see what our options are, and would give us a better, be able to make a more informed decision as to how we move forward. Councilor Gutwein.
Can I offer a hybrid of this? So I also believe that in the study that the sustainability department put together, I don't know if everyone can remember, there's this big matrix with all these different options of what we can license and what information we have. But it's been a while since we've looked at that. But I also think that it's pretty complicated, and it might be helpful to have Jonathan or someone from staff there to answer our questions. Maybe we could just have a brief refresher at the planning retreat, not a full study session, just an overview so that we can answer these questions, because I think that we actually do have all the answers to that. Okay, nobody likes that idea.
Councilor Benson.
No, I didn't like that idea. I don't think most of us did. But can we go ahead, to your point, and do that link so it can go directly to the site so people can figure out can go and find out the pricing that you discussed? I think so. Okay. That sounds like some good information. And then I'm not saying let's not move forward, but if we could do this in conjunction in June, I think that would be good with the sustainability. I don't know if that'll satisfy everybody. I just know I'm just getting pushback from people saying, are you going to talk about trash again? You talk and talk and talk about trash. There's other things that are happening in the community that they want solved. So that's where I'm coming from.
So devil's advocate there, though, I'm certainly think it would be fine to go until our sustainability update, and that would give us some time to get more feedback. But I worry about, are we going to start linking every business we license in the city? I mean, there comes a line where, people said they didn't want us involved in their trash. So
I withdraw my suggestion.
Might we just take a consensus vote and see if you want to move this forward? And to a study session that's aligned with the sustainability update. Can we just take a consensus vote and just see if there's need for more conversation?
Yeah, with the sustainability update. Yeah.
And as I said earlier, it looks like that's usually scheduled in June or July.
Yeah, that's fine. Councilor Gutwein. Councilor Franks.
Can I add one more thing? I'm sorry. I just heard from Jonathan Wachtell that the haulers don't post their pricing on their websites. So it really is about, so just understand that. And I'm sure they're not going to allow us to do it.
Can we just ensure that anytime this is posted anywhere, that if it's on any agenda or anything, that it is clear, that it clearly states this is not a single hauler trash discussion, is my request.
Mayor Pro Tem Abel.
The reason they don't have it on their website is the price varies from city to city for the same service. That's why they don't list it. When you call and ask them what their rates are, they say, "What's your zip code?" So they'll know what city you want the service in, and they adjust the price accordingly. So I don't care what they want to do. They don't want to have backup bells on their trucks because that's an extra expense when they buy a truck. There are certain things we should require them to do, and I think transparency in pricing is one of them. Thank you.
Councilor Springsteen.
I would just suggest too that the price varies from customer to customer. So if we get involved in trying to force them into a certain price, that might benefit one customer and not another. And so is that really in our purview to do that? Or did the voters say, leave it to the free market and competition and let's just move on? And so that's my only concern. And I understand what you're saying. We want them to pick up people's trash if they're not doing it properly, but that's also part of the free market and competition. And so that's my 2 cents.
Councilor Franks.
Just so everyone knows that if you go to lakewoodtogether.org and you look in the archives, that's where you're going to find, and that's where all that rich information, and if you look at past meeting videos, and so none of that stuff disappears. It's just not as easily readily available. So if you ever have trouble finding it, just let one of us know, but it is all there and able to be reviewed.
All right. So the consensus is to have a conversation with this, the sustainability update. Yeah. All right. So, I mean, yeah, we had it 5 minutes ago, unless something changed. So, yeah. So. Okay, reports. Mayor Pro Tem.
I had the privilege of standing in for the mayor at the Lakewood Lights ceremony at the Heritage Center last week. There was a great crowd, but even better than the crowd were our volunteers. The lady that preceded us to the microphone after she did her spiel, we were a little bit late, so she sang a song. We get great service from those folks. And last weekend, a group from the 10th and Garrison area, Ivor Sustainability folks, did a cleanup on Kipling from 6th Avenue northward. And they did it of their own volition. They organized it through Nextdoor and other social media means, and they did a great job. So those kind of efforts is what makes our community so such a tight-knit community.
Thank you. Councilor Harrison?
Whoa, you caught me napping. Oh, you never come this way. No report. Thank you.
Franks? Councilor Johnson?
No report.
Councilor Vita? Councilor Vincent? Councilor Skilling? Councilor Gutwein? Councilor Springsteen?
No report.
Okay. All right. I don't think I have. Oh, I do. So we're getting closer to finalizing our committee assignments. There are a couple openings that have opened up, and also for you folks that have been on some of the more intensive ones, such as the housing and the development dialogue, if you'd like to share your experience with Councilor Springsteen as to time commitment, that'd be super helpful. And then also some flexibility as to when these different committees are going to be able to meet. We've struggling to get full attendance at the retreat. We move it one way, we lose people, we move it the other. So we have it tentatively scheduled for February 1st. Still doesn't give us full attendance. I don't think there's many other options, but I committed to that council member to see if there's anything else that we can try to do to make that happen. So with that, that's all that I have. And a friendly face back there tonight, Agent Dutch Smith. We haven't seen you in a long time, so thanks for hanging out with us. And we'll adjourn a couple minutes before, 1 minute before 11. Thank you.